Have you ever wondered who truly built the Roman Empire? When most people think of ancient Rome, they imagine mighty emperors, fearless generals, magnificent temples, and roaring gladiators. History remembers the names of rulers like Julius Caesar and Augustus. It celebrates great victories, grand monuments, and powerful armies. But tonight, we are not following an emperor. We are not standing beside a victorious general. Instead, we are walking quietly beside the ordinary people whose names were never carved into marble. The men who carried enormous stones until their shoulders gave way. The women who spun cloth from sunrise until darkness. The children who learned to work long before they learned to read. The laborers who built roads they would never travel as wealthy citizens. The miners who disappeared beneath the earth so that emperors could decorate their palaces with gold and silver. Without these forgotten workers, Rome would never have become an empire. Yet history rarely remembers them. So dim the lights, get comfortable, and let your imagination drift back nearly 2,000 years to a world filled with dust, stone, sweat, and endless labor. Tonight, we will meet the invisible builders of one of history's greatest civilizations. Long before sunrise, Rome was already awake. Not because senators were debating new laws, not because emperors were planning military campaigns, but because countless ordinary workers had already begun their day. Some were mixing mortar for new buildings.
Others were pushing heavy carts through narrow streets. Across the countryside, farmers guided oxen through fields still covered in morning mist. Deep underground, miners prepared to enter dark tunnels where sunlight would not reach them again until evening, if they returned at all. Near busy harbors, dock workers unloading grain ships arriving from distant provinces. Everywhere across the empire, millions of hands were working at the same time. Most of these people would never become rich. Most would never own impressive homes. Many would never travel farther than a few kilometers from where they were born. Yet their work connected an empire, stretching across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. The roads they built carried soldiers, merchants, and messengers. The bridges they constructed crossed powerful rivers. The aqueducts they assembled brought clean water into growing cities. The bread they baked fed crowded neighborhoods. The clothing they produced kept people warm through changing seasons. Every magnificent building that still amazes visitors today began with someone lifting a heavy stone. That person was almost never an emperor. It was a worker. Roman society admired success, military achievement, and political power.
Labor, however, often remained invisible. Many forms of physical work were considered ordinary, expected, or even unworthy of praise. Some workers earned wages, others rented out their skills. Many were enslaved, forced to work without freedom. Some belonged to wealthy landowners, others worked for the government. Although their legal status differed greatly, they often shared similar daily realities: exhausting physical labor, uncertain incomes, dangerous conditions, and little recognition. The Roman Empire depended upon this enormous workforce. Without farmers, cities would starve. Without builders, roads would crumble. Without miners, coins could not be minted. Without craftsmen, everyday life would simply stop. Historians estimate that millions of people across the empire spent nearly every waking hour performing difficult manual work, yet only a tiny fraction of their personal stories survived. Stone inscriptions usually honored wealthy patrons. Statues celebrated military heroes. Official records focused on emperors and politicians. Ordinary workers rarely appeared in written history unless something unusual happened. Sometimes archaeology gives us small clues: a worn hammer, a cracked clay lamp, an unfinished wall, a pair of damaged leather sandals.
These silent objects remind us that behind every great monument stood thousands of anonymous workers whose lives mattered just as much as those who ruled over them. As we continue this journey, we will leave behind marble palaces and triumphal arches. Instead, we will visit dusty quarries, noisy workshops, dangerous mines, crowded bakeries, smoky kilns, busy docks, and quiet farms. Each place tells the story of people whose efforts shaped an empire without ever bringing them lasting fame. Perhaps that is the greatest irony of ancient Rome. The empire that seemed so powerful rested not only on emperors and armies, but on countless ordinary hands that history almost forgot. And our journey begins where every Roman monument first took shape. Inside the stone quarries, where men carved mountains into cities.
If you have settled in comfortably, let us continue our quiet journey. Leave behind the crowded streets of Rome for a moment. Heat. There are no engines, no electric saws, and no machines waiting to begin the day's work. Only stone, only iron tools, and hundreds of determined workers. Long before a magnificent temple stood proudly above a Roman city, before a triumphal arch celebrated a victorious emperor, and before a wealthy citizen admired the polished marble walls of a luxurious villa, everything began here, in the quarry. A quarry was more than simply a place where rocks were collected. It was the birthplace of nearly every great Roman building. Every massive stone block had to be cut by human hands. The work usually began before sunrise. Workers gathered their iron chisels, heavy hammers, wooden wedges, ropes, and measuring lines. Their tools were simple, yet they required remarkable skill. A single mistake could crack an entire block of valuable stone, wasting weeks of effort. The foreman carefully marked the surface of the rock. Then the workers struck. Again, and again, and again. The steady rhythm of iron against stone echoed through the hills from dawn until sunset. There was no quick way to separate enormous blocks from the mountainside. Instead, long grooves were carved into the rock. Workers hammered iron wedges deep into narrow cuts. Sometimes dry wooden wedges were pushed into these openings and soaked with water. As the wood expanded, it slowly forced the stone apart with surprising strength. The process demanded patience. Sometimes it took several days to free a single block. Even after the stone finally separated from the mountain, the hardest work had only just begun. Many blocks weighed several tons. Without cranes powered by electricity or fuel, Roman workers relied on ropes, wooden rollers, sledges, and sheer human effort. Groups of men pulled together in carefully coordinated movements. One slip could send a massive stone crashing downhill. Accidents were common. Broken bones, crushed feet, and fatal injuries were unfortunate realities of quarry life. Few ancient writers described these workers in detail. Perhaps their labor seemed too ordinary to record. Yet archaeology tells a different story. In abandoned Roman quarries, historians have discovered unfinished blocks, abandoned tool marks, and even stones that still bear the lines drawn by ancient craftsmen nearly 2,000 years ago. These marks are quiet signatures left by people whose names have disappeared forever. Not every quarry produced the same type of stone.
Some supplied rough limestone used for roads and ordinary buildings. Others produced beautiful white marble that decorated temples, baths, and public monuments. The finest marble became a symbol of Roman wealth and power. Visitors admired the finished buildings. Almost no one thought about the exhausted workers who had carved the stone from distant mountains. Some of the empire's most famous quarries lay far from Rome itself. Stone traveled incredible distances by wagon, river, and ship before reaching construction sites. Moving these blocks often required even more workers than cutting them. Entire teams specialized in transporting stone across the empire. Their success depended on careful planning, favorable weather, and extraordinary teamwork. Quarry workers rarely enjoyed comfortable lives. Their days were filled with dust that coated their skin and entered their lungs. The constant sound of hammering echoed through the valleys.
During summer, the exposed rock reflected the sun's heat, turning the quarry into an unforgiving workplace. During winter, cold winds swept across the open cliffs. The work continued regardless of the season. Many quarry laborers were free workers, earning modest wages. Others were enslaved people, forced to perform the hardest tasks, with little hope of improving their lives. Some prisoners were also assigned to quarries as punishment, where the work could be especially harsh. Despite these differences in status, the physical demands remained equally unforgiving. Strong muscles were essential. So was endurance. A worker might spend decades cutting stone without ever seeing the finished monument built from his labor. Imagine spending your entire career shaping blocks that would become part of a grand temple hundreds of miles away, a temple you would never visit. Such was the reality for countless forgotten workers. Today, tourists often stand before Roman ruins and marvel at the precision of the enormous stones. Many wonder how such impressive buildings survived earthquakes, wars, and centuries of weather. Part of the answer lies here, in the quarry, where ordinary people transformed solid mountains into carefully measured blocks with nothing more than determination, experience, and simple iron tools. Every smooth column, every towering wall, every elegant staircase, every magnificent arch, they all began as rough pieces of rock, waiting for someone willing to spend endless hours shaping them by hand. The Roman Empire is often remembered for its architecture, but architecture is impossible without builders, and builders are powerless without stone. That is why the story of Rome's forgotten workers truly begins here, among the dust, the echoes of hammers, and the silent mountains that slowly became an empire. In our next chapter, we will meet another group of skilled laborers, craftsmen who transformed rough stone into gleaming marble worthy of emperors, temples, and some of the most beautiful buildings the ancient world had ever seen.
As the first rays of sunlight touched the pale cliffs, another day's work quietly began. The mountains had already surrendered their stone. Now it was time for skilled hands to transform those rough blocks into something extraordinary. Imagine standing inside a busy Roman stone yard. The air is filled with the sound of iron chisels striking marble. Fine white dust floats gently through the sunlight, settling on workers' hair, clothes, and weathered faces. Every corner is crowded with unfinished columns, carved capitals, statues, and enormous blocks waiting for their turn. Unlike the quarry workers, whose job was to free stone from the mountain, marble cutters had a different challenge. Their task was to give stone its final shape. One careless strike could ruin months of work. Marble was among the Roman Empire's most valuable building materials. Its smooth surface reflected light beautifully, making temples, baths, palaces, and monuments appear almost glowing beneath the Mediterranean sun. Wealthy families proudly decorated their homes with polished marble floors and elegant columns, seeing the stone as a symbol of prestige and refinement. But behind every polished surface stood countless hours of patient craftsmanship. The journey of a marble block did not end when it arrived from the quarry. In many ways, that was only the beginning. Master craftsmen carefully inspected each block before touching it with a tool. Tiny cracks hidden deep inside the stone could destroy an entire project if discovered too late. Years of experience allowed skilled workers to recognize flaws that an ordinary person would never notice. Once approved, measurements were drawn across the marble using charcoal, string, and simple rulers. There were no lasers, no electric saws, no computer-guided machines. Everything depended on the worker's eyes, steady hands, and careful judgment. The first cuts were slow and deliberate. Heavy iron chisels removed large sections of stone, gradually revealing the rough outline of a column, statue, or decorative panel. As the shape became clearer, the tools became smaller. Fine chisels replaced heavy hammers. A brace of sand helped smooth rough surfaces. Polishing stones removed tiny scratches until the marble began to shine. Some projects required weeks.
Others required months. The largest monuments demanded years of careful work before a single piece was considered complete. Roman architects expected remarkable precision. A column that leaned even slightly could weaken an entire structure. A decorative carving placed unevenly could spoil the appearance of an expensive building. Perfection was expected, even if few people ever noticed the tiny details. Many marble cutters specialized in particular tasks. Some carved columns. Others focused on decorative borders filled with leaves, flowers, or mythological creatures. The most talented sculptors created lifelike statues of emperors, gods, and wealthy patrons. Although these masterpieces are often remembered today by the names of famous artists, much of the actual labor belonged to anonymous assistants whose contributions were never recorded. Large workshops functioned almost like small factories. Experienced masters supervised teams of apprentices and laborers. Young boys often began learning the trade in their early teenage years, spending years practicing simple cuts before being trusted with expensive marble. Patience was one of the greatest lessons. Rushing could mean disaster. Marble, while beautiful, was unforgiving. Once too much stone had been removed, it could never be put back. The work itself was physically exhausting. Heavy blocks had to be lifted, turned, and secured repeatedly. Dust filled the air throughout the day. Although ancient Romans did not fully understand the dangers, breathing fine stone dust for years likely damaged many workers' lungs. Cuts, bruises, and aching muscles became ordinary parts of daily life. Yet despite these hardships, marble cutters possessed skills that few others could match. Their knowledge passed from one generation to the next. Families sometimes practiced the same craft for decades, with fathers teaching sons the secrets of shaping stone. Their work helped define the appearance of Roman civilization.
Visitors entering a Roman city often admired gleaming temples, graceful columns, and elegant public buildings. These structures projected wealth, stability, and power. The emperor received the praise. The architect earned recognition. The marble cutter remained almost invisible. Perhaps that is one of history's quietest ironies. The hands that created beauty were rarely celebrated alongside the beauty itself. Even today, archaeologists occasionally discover unfinished marble pieces abandoned centuries ago. On some surfaces, faint guidelines remain exactly where ancient craftsmen left them. Half-finished carvings reveal the step-by-step process hidden beneath every polished masterpiece. These silent works remind us that every elegant Roman monument was once simply an ordinary block of stone waiting for a patient worker to bring it to life. Without these craftsmen, Rome's cities would have looked very different. Their temples would have appeared plain, their palaces less impressive, their public squares less inspiring. Marble gave Rome much of its visual splendor, but it was human skill, not the stone itself, that created that splendor. As we leave the stone yards behind,
our journey follows another group of forgotten workers whose creations stretched far beyond city walls. For while marble made Rome beautiful, it was the roads that made Rome powerful. And building those roads demanded one of the greatest engineering efforts the ancient world had ever seen.
If you could rise high above the Roman Empire nearly 2,000 years ago, one remarkable feature would immediately catch your eye. Across mountains, valleys, forests, and open plains, long ribbons of stone stretched toward the horizon. Some roads disappeared into distant hills, others crossed rivers on graceful bridges, or passed through busy towns filled with merchants and travelers. Together, they formed one of the greatest transportation networks the ancient world had ever known. Today, many people have heard the old saying, "All roads lead to Rome." But very few stop to ask a simple question. Who built those roads? Certainly not the emperors whose names appeared on monuments, not the senators debating laws in marble halls, not the generals riding proudly at the head of victorious armies. The roads that united an empire were built by thousands of forgotten workers whose names have vanished with time. Long before the first stone was laid, surveyors carefully planned each route. They searched for the most practical path across difficult landscapes, avoiding steep hills whenever possible, while ensuring the road remained strong enough to endure decades of heavy use. Once the route was marked, the laborers began. The first task was far from glamorous. Workers cleared forests, cut away bushes, removed tree stumps, and dug deep into the earth. Sometimes they had to level hillsides, other times they filled marshes or carved paths through rocky ground. The Roman road was much more than a flat line of stones. It was built in layers. At the bottom, workers placed large rocks to create a stable foundation. Above that came smaller stones mixed with gravel.
Then, another layer of compacted material was added. Finally, carefully shaped paving stones formed the road's smooth surface. Every layer had a purpose. Without a strong foundation, the road would crack under the weight of wagons and marching soldiers. The work demanded incredible physical strength. Large stones had to be lifted by hand or moved with simple wooden sledges. Iron tools chipped away uneven rock. Heavy hammers pounded loose material into place until the surface became firm and level. There were no bulldozers, no excavators, no concrete mixers. Everything depended on human effort. Some workers spent entire days carrying baskets filled with gravel. Others shaped paving stones with remarkable precision. A different group ensured that drainage ditches ran alongside the road, allowing rainwater to flow away instead of damaging the surface. This attention to detail was one reason many Roman roads survived for centuries. Even today, sections of these ancient roads remain visible across Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. That durability was no accident. It was the result of careful planning and patient labor. Road construction often involved hundreds of workers at the same time. Military engineers supervised many large projects, but the hard physical work fell upon ordinary laborers. Some were paid workers. Others were enslaved people. Prisoners sometimes joined the workforce as punishment. Local communities were occasionally required to provide labor for nearby construction projects. Regardless of their background, the work was exhausting. Summer heat baked the exposed ground. Winter rains turned construction sites into fields of mud.
Dust filled the air during dry seasons. Blisters covered hands. Muscles ached from lifting heavy stones day after day. Yet the work rarely stopped. Rome depended upon its roads. A merchant carrying olive oil from Spain could reach distant markets because of these carefully built routes. A messenger delivering urgent news could travel faster than ever before. Soldiers defending the empire marched quickly across hundreds of miles thanks to roads built by people they would likely never meet. Even ordinary families benefited. Farmers brought crops to market, travelers visited relatives, craftsmen transported goods between towns. Entire economies flourished because reliable roads connected communities that had once been isolated. Perhaps the workers themselves never fully realized the importance of what they were building. To them, it may have seemed like another endless day of digging, lifting, and hammering beneath the hot sun. But every completed mile quietly strengthened the empire. Each stone laid into the ground became part of a network that allowed Rome to govern millions of people spread across 3 continents. Interestingly, many Roman roads included milestones placed at regular intervals. These stone markers told travelers how far they had come and how far remained. Some even displayed the name of the emperor responsible for the project. The workers who actually built the road were almost never mentioned. History remembered the ruler. It forgot the builders. Yet every time a wheel rolled smoothly over ancient paving stones, every time soldiers reached a distant frontier, every time grain arrived safely in a crowded city, the invisible work of these laborers made it possible. Without Rome, Rome could never have expanded into one of history's greatest empires. Its armies would have moved more slowly, its trade would have weakened, its communication would have faltered. The famous phrase may tell us that all roads led to Rome, but perhaps a more truthful statement would be this: all roads were built by ordinary hands.
And those hands carried an empire farther than anyone could have imagined. As our journey continues, we leave the roads behind and follow another extraordinary group of workers, men who accomplished something even more astonishing. Without pumps, engines, or electricity, they brought fresh water across mountains and valleys, supplying millions of people every single day. Their masterpieces still stand in parts of the world today. Next, we will discover the forgotten builders of Rome's magnificent aqueducts.
As dawn slowly spread across the Roman countryside, another group of workers climbed hills carrying ropes, measuring rods, wooden levels, baskets, and heavy iron tools. Unlike the quarry workers who carved mountains, or the road builders who connected distant cities, these laborers faced a different challenge. They were asked to move something that could never be held still: water. It sounds simple today. Turn a faucet, and clean water appears almost instantly. But nearly 2,000 years ago, bringing fresh water into a growing city was one of the greatest engineering challenges imaginable. And behind every Roman aqueduct stood thousands of forgotten workers whose skill and patience kept an empire alive. Rome itself was home to hundreds of thousands, and eventually more than 1 million people. Such a vast population needed enormous amounts of fresh water every day. People needed water to drink, to cook, to wash. Public baths required it, fountains flowed with it, workshops depended on it. Even some mills used running water to grind grain. Nearby rivers alone could not always meet these demands, so the Romans searched far beyond the city walls. Engineers located clean springs hidden among distant hills, sometimes many miles away. The challenge was not finding water. The challenge was guiding it all the way to the city without modern pumps. The answer was surprisingly elegant: gravity.
Roman engineers designed aqueducts with an incredibly gentle downward slope. If the slope was too steep, the water would rush dangerously fast and damage the channel. If it was too flat, the water would stop flowing altogether. The difference between success and failure could be only a few centimeters over several hundred meters. Achieving such precision required extraordinary skill. Surveyors carefully measured the landscape using simple instruments made from wood, string, and weighted lines.
Then the builders followed those measurements with remarkable accuracy. Sometimes the water channel traveled underground through tunnels carved into solid rock. Other times it crossed valleys atop magnificent rows of stone arches that still inspire visitors today. Constructing these arches demanded both strength and patience. Large stone blocks had to be transported from distant quarries. Wooden scaffolding climbed high into the air. Workers balanced on narrow platforms while lifting stones that weighed hundreds of kilograms. There were no steel cranes, no hydraulic lifts, only ropes, wooden wheels, pulleys, and coordinated teamwork. Every stone had to fit perfectly. A single mistake could weaken an entire section. Many laborers spent years working on a single aqueduct without ever seeing the finished structure carry water. Their task was often repetitive. Lift, measure, place, check, repeat, day after day, season after season. Some workers mixed mortar, others shaped stone. Specialized masons carefully sealed the water channels to prevent leaks. Even tiny cracks could waste thousands of liters of precious water. The dangers were constant. Working at great heights always carried the risk of falling. Heavy stones sometimes slipped from ropes. Scaffolding could collapse. Summer heat reflected from the pale stone until the air itself seemed to shimmer. Winter storms turned construction sites into slippery fields of mud. Yet the work continued. The empire depended on it. Many of the laborers were free workers earning modest wages. Others were enslaved people owned by the state or wealthy contractors. Prisoners sometimes joined construction crews under strict supervision.
Despite their different circumstances, all faced the same physical demands. Their names rarely appeared on official inscriptions. Instead, completed aqueducts usually celebrated the emperor who had ordered the project. Visitors admired the graceful arches stretching across valleys. They praised Roman engineering. Very few paused to think about the thousands of anonymous hands that had lifted every single stone into place. Once completed, the aqueducts transformed daily life. Fresh water poured into public fountains throughout the city. Citizens no longer depended entirely on wells or nearby rivers. The famous Roman baths, where people gathered to wash, relax, and socialize, operated because of these remarkable water systems. Clean water also improved sanitation in many parts of the empire. Although Roman cities were far from perfectly clean by modern standards, their aqueducts represented an extraordinary achievement compared with many other ancient civilizations. Some aqueducts carried water for dozens of miles. A few stretched more than 50 miles before reaching their destination. Even more astonishing, many functioned continuously for centuries with only regular maintenance. That durability speaks not only to Roman engineering, but also to the dedication of the workers who built them. Today, travelers visiting ancient Roman ruins often stop beneath towering aqueduct arches. The structures seem timeless, solid, almost effortless. Yet every arch required countless hours of labor. Every stone was lifted by someone. Every channel was shaped by careful hands. Every measurement reflected years of practical knowledge passed from one generation of builders to the next. Perhaps the greatest success of the aqueduct builders is that their work became almost invisible. Water simply flowed. People filled their jars. Children played beside fountains. Merchants washed their goods. Bathhouses welcomed crowds. Life continued, rarely giving a second thought to the hidden system that made it all possible. That quiet reliability was their greatest accomplishment. They created something so dependable that most people hardly noticed it. And perhaps that is the fate of many essential workers throughout history. When everything works as it should, their efforts disappear into everyday life. Only when something fails do people remember how important they truly are. As the water continued its silent journey towards Rome, another group of forgotten workers prepared for an equally demanding task. While aqueducts carried water into the empire's cities, these laborers supplied one of the most basic building materials of all. Deep inside smoky kilns, surrounded by intense heat and thick dust, they transformed ordinary clay into the bricks that helped build an empire.
As the morning sun slowly warmed the Roman countryside, the air around the brickworks was already alive with activity. The sound here was different from the echoing blows of the quarry or the careful chisels of the marble yard. Instead, there was the soft splash of wet clay, the scrape of wooden molds, the crackling of roaring kilns, and the steady footsteps of workers carrying freshly shaped bricks across wide open fields. At first glance, making a brick might seem like simple work. After all, it was only mud, shaped into a rectangle and baked until hard. But in the Roman Empire, millions upon millions of bricks formed the walls of homes, bathhouses, military forts, warehouses, villas, temples, and even parts of the grand palaces admired by emperors. Without brickmakers, much of Rome would have remained little more than timber and stone. Their craft was humble, their contribution was enormous. The process began far from the cities. Workers searched for the right kind of clay, often digging it from riverbanks or shallow pits, where the soil was fine, smooth, and easy to shape. Not every patch of earth was suitable. Too much sand made weak bricks, too much moisture caused cracking. Experienced workers judged the quality of the clay simply by touching it with their hands. Years of practice had taught them what no written instruction could fully explain. Once the clay had been collected, it was mixed with water until it became thick and workable. Sometimes chopped straw or other natural materials were added to improve its strength. Groups of laborers stepped barefoot into large mixing pits, kneading the heavy clay over and over again. It was exhausting work. The wet mixture clung to their legs, making every movement slower and more difficult. Only after hours of mixing was the clay ready to be shaped. Workers pressed the soft material firmly into wooden molds. Each mold had to be filled carefully so that no empty spaces remained inside. The surface was then smoothed by hand before the fresh brick was gently removed and placed in long, neat rows beneath the open sky.
Here, patience became just as important as strength. Fresh bricks could not be baked immediately. They first needed days, sometimes weeks, to dry naturally under the sun. If they entered the kiln while still too wet, they could crack or even explode from the trapped steam. Throughout this drying period, workers constantly inspected the bricks. Some were turned over to dry evenly. Others were covered during unexpected rainstorms. Nature itself became part of the production process. When the bricks had dried enough, they were stacked inside enormous kilns. These ovens burned continuously for days. Workers fed the fires with wood around the clock, carefully controlling the temperature. Too little heat produced weak bricks. Too much heat could warp or destroy them completely. Managing a kiln required remarkable experience. The workers had no thermometers. They judged the fire by its color. They listened to the sounds coming from inside. They watched the smoke rising into the sky. Their senses became their instruments.
The heat surrounding the kilns was relentless. Even during winter, standing near the blazing fires could feel unbearable. Faces glistened with sweat. Hands became rough from handling dry clay and rough bricks. Smoke irritated the eyes and lungs day after day. Yet the firing continued without interruption. Rome's endless appetite for new buildings demanded a constant supply of bricks. Interestingly, many Roman bricks carried official stamps. These marks often recorded the workshop, the estate that produced them, or even the name of the emperor during whose reign they were made. Some of these stamped bricks have survived for nearly 2,000 years, allowing modern archaeologists to trace where they were manufactured and how they were distributed across the empire. Yet even these stamps rarely tell us the names of the ordinary workers who shaped each brick by hand. Their fingerprints may still remain hidden beneath the surface. Their identities do not.
Brick production became especially important as Roman cities continued to grow. Unlike massive marble blocks, bricks could be produced in large numbers, transported more easily, and assembled quickly. Builders used them to construct apartment buildings, public baths, warehouses, and military camps across the empire. Many structures combined brick with concrete, creating buildings of remarkable strength and durability. Some of these walls still stand today. When visitors admire ancient Roman ruins, they often focus on towering columns or elegant statues. Few notice the countless bricks quietly supporting the entire structure. Yet every wall depended upon them. Every arch rested upon them. Every roof trusted them. The empire's greatest monuments were held together not only by brilliant engineering, but by millions of carefully made bricks created through patient, repetitive labor. Most brickmakers lived ordinary lives. Some earned modest wages. Others worked on large estates owned by wealthy families. Many were enslaved workers, performing demanding physical labor from sunrise until sunset. Their days were measured not in glory or recognition, but in the number of bricks completed before darkness fell. Perhaps they never imagined that their work would survive for centuries. Perhaps they believed each brick would simply become another forgotten piece of another ordinary building. Yet together, those ordinary pieces helped create one of history's most extraordinary civilizations. Sometimes greatness is not built through a single masterpiece. Sometimes it is built one brick at a time.
And so, as thousands of fresh bricks left the glowing kilns and began their journey toward distant construction sites, another group of forgotten workers prepared to create a material just as essential. Inside blazing furnaces, surrounded by choking smoke and clouds of white dust, they produced the substance that held Rome's walls together. Next, we will step into the dangerous world of the lime kiln workers, whose hidden craft literally cemented the Roman Empire. As the first light of dawn spread across the hills, the fires were already burning. Unlike the brickmakers whose kilns glowed with neatly stacked clay, these workers stood before towering stone furnaces that roared like living creatures. The air was thick with smoke. Fine white dust drifted through every breath. The heat pressed against their faces long before they stepped close to the flames. Few travelers stopped to admire these places. There were no magnificent columns, no polished marble, no grand statues. Only fire, stone, and men whose exhausting work quietly held an empire together. Most people visiting a Roman temple admired its towering walls. They noticed the graceful arches, the smooth columns, and the impressive craftsmanship. but very few wondered what kept thousands of heavy stones from slowly falling apart. The answer was hidden in a simple white powder: lime. Without it, much of Roman architecture would never have survived. It acted as one of the essential ingredients in the mortar that bonded bricks and stones together. It strengthened walls, it supported bridges, it helped aqueducts carry water across valleys. In many ways, lime was the invisible glue of the Roman world, yet producing it was one of the harshest jobs in the empire. The work began with limestone, a pale grey rock collected from nearby quarries. Large blocks were broken into smaller pieces using iron hammers. Workers then carried basket after basket of stone towards enormous circular kilns built from brick and rock. These furnaces were designed to burn continuously for days. Loading them required both strength and careful planning. The limestone had to be stacked in a way that allowed heat to circulate evenly. If the stones were packed too tightly, parts of the load would remain untouched by the fire.
If arranged poorly, the entire firing could fail. Once everything was ready, the fires were lit. Wood was fed into the kiln hour after hour, day and night. The temperature inside rose high enough to transform ordinary limestone into quicklime, a substance far lighter than the rock from which it came. Although Roman workers did not understand the chemistry involved, they understood the process through generations of experience. They knew how the flames should look. They knew how the smoke should rise. They knew when the stone had changed simply by its appearance. This knowledge was not learned from books. It was learned through years beside the fire. Working near the kilns was relentless. The heat was intense even during winter. In summer, standing close to the furnace could feel almost unbearable. Workers wrapped cloth around their faces to reduce the dust, though it offered only limited protection. Every breath carried tiny particles of ash and lime into their lungs. Their skin became dry and cracked. Their eyes burned from smoke. Many likely suffered long-term illnesses without ever understanding the cause. When the firing was complete, another danger appeared. Quicklime reacted violently when mixed with water, producing intense heat. Workers had to handle it with great care. Even a small mistake could cause painful burns. Yet this dangerous material was exactly what builders needed. Mixed with sand and water, it became mortar strong enough to bind stone and brick together. Sometimes volcanic ash was added, creating a remarkably durable form of Roman concrete. This innovation allowed Roman buildings to last far longer than many earlier structures. Modern engineers still study some of these ancient materials with admiration. But while historians celebrate Roman engineering, the men tending the lime kilns are rarely remembered.
They worked far from the busy cities. Few citizens ever visited the furnaces. Most simply saw the finished buildings and assumed they had always stood there. The workers behind the mortar remained invisible. Entire teams were needed to keep production moving. Some collected limestone, others chopped firewood, some loaded the kilns, others unloaded the finished lime before carrying it to waiting wagons. The work never truly stopped. Construction across the empire demanded a constant supply of mortar. Every new road, bathhouse, fort, warehouse, and villa increased the need for fresh lime. For many laborers, this became their entire life. They woke before sunrise, fed the fires, carried heavy loads, breathed smoke until sunset, then repeated the same routine the next day. There was little glory in the work. No statues honored the lime burners. No poets praised the furnace keepers. Yet every Roman monument silently depended on them. Without mortar, carefully cut stones would slowly shift apart. Walls would weaken, bridges would fail,
aqueducts would leak. The empire's famous architecture would have been impossible. Sometimes history remembers the brightest marble and forgets the simplest materials. Yet the simplest materials often carry the greatest weight. Lime was never meant to be admired. It was meant to disappear, hidden between stones, covered by polished walls, invisible to everyone except the workers who made it. Perhaps that is why the story of the lime kiln workers feels so familiar. Their greatest success was becoming unnoticed. If the mortar held firm, no one thought about it. If the buildings remained standing, no one asked who had made the white powder hidden inside the walls.
Only centuries later do we begin to appreciate how essential their labor truly was. As the rest of the empire slowly awakened beneath the morning sun, another group of workers was preparing to leave the daylight behind. There would be no warm sunrise for them, no wide blue sky, no gentle breeze crossing open fields. Instead, they gathered at the entrance of a dark mine, carrying simple oil lamps whose tiny flames barely pushed back the shadows waiting below. With each careful step, they descended deeper into the earth. The sounds of birds quickly disappeared. Fresh air became thinner. The world above faded away. For many Roman mine workers, this underground darkness was not an occasional hardship. It was everyday life. The Roman Empire glittered with gold coins, silver jewelry, bronze weapons, and iron tools. Its armies marched carrying finely crafted swords. Its merchants traded valuable metals across 3 continents. Its emperors displayed unimaginable wealth inside marble palaces. But none of these treasures appeared by magic. Every piece of metal had first been hidden deep beneath mountains, waiting for someone brave or desperate enough to dig it out. Those people were the forgotten miners of Rome. Mining was among the most dangerous occupations in the entire empire. Unlike builders who worked beneath the open sky, miners spent long hours trapped inside narrow tunnels carved through solid rock. Some passageways were so low that workers could not stand upright. Others were barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. The only light came from flickering oil lamps. Their weak glow revealed little more than the walls directly ahead. Beyond that lay complete darkness. The work began with iron picks and heavy hammers. Workers chipped away at hard rock one strike at a time. The echoes filled the tunnels, mixing with the sounds of falling stones and the labored breathing of exhausted men. Sometimes miners discovered rich veins of silver or copper after days of effort.
Other times they found nothing at all, yet they continued digging.
The empire's hunger for metal never ended. Roman mines produced gold, silver, copper, lead, tin, and iron. Each metal served a different purpose. Gold became coins, jewelry, and symbols of imperial power. Silver filled the empire's treasury. Iron became plows for farmers, nails for builders, and swords for soldiers. Lead was used in pipes, roofs, and many everyday objects. Every successful discovery strengthened Rome's economy, but every success came at an enormous human cost. Many mines relied heavily on enslaved workers. Others used prisoners sentenced to years of labor beneath the earth. Some free laborers also worked in the mines, often because they had few other opportunities to earn a living. Regardless of their legal status, life underground was unforgiving. The tunnels were hot and humid. Fresh air was limited. Dust filled every breath. Workers often developed severe coughing after years of inhaling tiny particles of rock. Although ancient Romans did not understand lung disease as we do today, they surely noticed that experienced miners often struggled to breathe. The dangers extended far beyond dust. Wooden supports occasionally failed without warning. Entire sections of tunnel could collapse in seconds. Loose rocks sometimes crashed from the ceiling. Flooding presented another constant threat. If underground water suddenly entered a tunnel, escape was often impossible. Fire was equally terrifying. A single overturned oil lamp could fill confined spaces with thick smoke. Deep underground, there were few safe places to run. Some Roman engineers developed clever methods to improve mining. They dug ventilation shafts to bring fresh air below. In certain regions, water was diverted to wash away loose earth and expose valuable minerals.
These techniques increased production, but also demanded even more labor from the workers. Mining rarely paused. As one tunnel became exhausted, another was opened. Entire hillsides slowly disappeared as the empire searched for more resources. The miners themselves remained almost invisible. No grand monuments celebrated their achievements. No triumphal parades honored the men who supplied the metals that funded Rome's expansion. Yet every Roman coin passed through hands made possible by theirs. Every sword carried by a legionary began deep underground. Every elegant silver cup displayed during a wealthy banquet represented countless hours spent beneath the earth. Perhaps the greatest tragedy was that many miners never saw the finished products created from their labor. A man might spend decades extracting silver without ever holding one of the beautiful coins struck from it. Another might dig iron his entire life without owning the tools it produced. They uncovered the empire's wealth, but very little of that wealth ever returned to them. Today, archaeologists continue to explore ancient Roman mines. Inside abandoned tunnels, they have found broken picks, worn sandals, wooden ladders, discarded lamps, and even the fingerprints of workers preserved in dried clay after nearly 2,000 years. These silent discoveries remind us that behind every Roman treasure stood ordinary people whose stories were almost forgotten. Their labor did not shine like gold, it remained hidden beneath layers of stone. And perhaps that is why history overlooked them for so long. As our journey leaves the darkness of the mines, we climb back into the sunlight once again. Ahead lies another place where nature itself became a workplace. Here, under the blazing Mediterranean sun, thousands of workers harvested something so valuable that Roman soldiers were sometimes partly paid with it. It was simple, it was essential, and it was known as white gold.
As the first light of morning spread across the coastline, the sea looked calm and peaceful. Gentle waves rolled towards the shore.
Seabirds drifted through the cool air. From a distance, it seemed like the perfect place to spend a quiet day. But for the workers already standing ankle-deep in shallow pools of seawater, the day ahead would be anything but peaceful. The sun had barely risen, yet their work had already begun. Hour after hour, they would rake, carry, scrape, and haul one of the Roman Empire's most valuable resources. Not gold, not silver, not precious gems, but salt. Today, salt sits quietly on nearly every dining table in the world, so common that few people ever stop to think about it. In ancient Rome, however, salt was far more than a seasoning. It was essential for survival. Before refrigerators and freezers existed, preserving food was one of humanity's greatest challenges. Fresh meat spoiled quickly. Fish could become inedible within days. Even some vegetables lasted only a short time. Salt changed everything. It allowed food to be preserved for weeks, months, or even longer, making long-distance trade, military campaigns, and growing cities possible. Without salt, feeding an empire would have been nearly impossible. The Romans understood its value well. Entire roads were built to transport it. One famous route, known as the Via Salaria, or Salt Road, connected inland communities with coastal saltworks.
Merchants, soldiers, and farmers all depended on this precious mineral. Some historians even believe that the English word salary ultimately traces its roots to the Latin word sal, reflecting salt's importance in Roman society, though the exact historical connection remains debated. Regardless of the origin of the word, there is no doubt that salt held tremendous economic value. Producing it, however, demanded patience and relentless physical labor. Along the Mediterranean coast, workers created large, shallow ponds called salt pans. Seawater was carefully guided into these pools through a network of channels. Then came the waiting. The sun slowly evaporated the water day after day. As the water disappeared, tiny white crystals began to appear across the surface. When enough salt had formed, the real work began. Using long wooden rakes, workers gently gathered the crystals into neat piles. Every movement had to be careful. Too much moisture reduced the quality, too much dirt contaminated the harvest. The work often continued beneath an unforgiving sun. Unlike quarry workers who sometimes found shade beneath cliffs, salt workers spent nearly every hour in open fields where sunlight reflected not only from the sky but also from the brilliant white salt beneath their feet. The glare could be almost blinding. The heat became overwhelming. Sweat soaked their clothes within hours. Ironically, although surrounded by seawater, drinking water remained precious. Long days beneath the sun left many workers exhausted before evening arrived. The salt itself could also be harsh on the body. Sharp crystals scraped against bare skin. Small cuts became painfully irritated. Feet standing for hours in salty water often became cracked and sore. Yet the harvest continued because the empire's demand never slowed. Once collected, the salt was loaded into baskets, sacks, and wagons.
Some travelled only short distances to nearby towns. Other shipments crossed hundreds of miles by road or sea before reaching distant provinces. Everywhere it went, salt supported daily life. Families preserved food for winter. Fishermen packed their catches for transport. Merchants traded valuable goods. Roman armies carried salted meat during long military campaigns, allowing soldiers to travel far from home without starving. In many ways, this simple mineral quietly sustained the empire's expansion.
Many salt workers belonged to local communities that had harvested salt for generations. Others labored under wealthy landowners or state-controlled operations. Some were free workers, earning modest wages. Others had little choice but to perform the demanding work assigned to them. Regardless of status, few enjoyed comfort or recognition. Their contribution remained largely invisible. When people enjoyed preserved food in distant cities, they rarely thought about the workers who had stood beneath the scorching coastal sun to produce the salt that made those meals possible. Today, archaeologists have uncovered ancient Roman salt pans in several parts of Europe and the Mediterranean. Some still preserve the outlines of channels and evaporation ponds first created nearly 2,000 years ago. Standing beside these quiet pools today, it is difficult to imagine the constant activity that once filled them. The scraping of wooden rakes, the creaking of loaded carts, the voices of workers calling to one another beneath the endless summer sky. These places now seem peaceful, but they were once busy workplaces that helped feed one of history's greatest civilizations. Like so many forgotten laborers before them, the salt workers left behind few written records. No statues honored their achievements, no great speeches celebrated their efforts. Yet every Roman household depended upon their work in ways both ordinary and profound. Sometimes the most valuable things in history are not the rarest. Sometimes they are simply the things no society can live without. For Rome, salt was one of those things, and behind every handful of white crystals stood countless ordinary workers whose names have long since disappeared into history. As we leave the shimmering salt pans behind, our path turns inland once again. Ahead lie dense forests stretching across the Roman world. There, beneath towering oak and pine trees, another group of forgotten laborers worked with axes in hand. They supplied the timber that built homes, ships, bridges, wagons, and even fueled the great furnaces of the empire. Next we will meet the forest woodcutters, the men who harvested Rome's endless need for wood.
As the first golden light filtered through the towering trees, the forest slowly came alive. Birds greeted the morning with gentle songs. A cool breeze rustled the leaves overhead. For a brief moment, the woodland seemed peaceful and untouched. Then came the first sound of an iron axe. A sharp crack echoed through the trees. Another followed, then another. Soon the quiet forest became a busy workplace, where dozens of forgotten laborers spent their days cutting, trimming, and hauling the timber that kept the Roman Empire standing. When people imagine ancient Rome, they often picture magnificent buildings made of stone and marble. But stone alone could not build an empire. Almost every great Roman project depended upon wood. Wood formed the scaffolding that allowed masons to construct towering temples. It became the beams supporting roofs over homes and warehouses. It built wagons that carried grain across the countryside. It created ships that crossed the Mediterranean. It fueled the furnaces that baked bricks, produced lime, and smelted metal. Without timber, many of Rome's greatest achievements would have been impossible. The responsibility for supplying this endless demand belonged to the forest woodcutters. Long before sunrise, crews entered the forests carrying heavy iron axes, wedges, ropes, and saws.
Some forests stretched for miles across the empire, covering mountainsides and valleys from northern Europe to the eastern provinces. Experienced foremen selected trees carefully. Not every tree was worth cutting. Straight trunks were prized for construction. Strong oak was valued for beams. Tall pine trees often became shipmasts. Different projects required different kinds of timber, and skilled woodcutters understood these differences well.
Once a suitable tree was chosen, the cutting began. Standing face to face with a giant oak that had grown for perhaps a century, a worker swung his axe with steady rhythm. Each strike removed only a small piece of wood. The work demanded patience. Minutes turned into hours. Sweat soaked their tunics. Their hands hardened from gripping rough wooden handles day after day. Eventually, the deep notch widened enough that the great tree began to groan. The workers stepped back. A final series of powerful blows echoed through the forest. Then came a sound unlike any other: the slow cracking of wood. Branches trembled, leaves shook violently. Finally, the enormous tree crashed to the ground with tremendous force, sending birds scattering into the sky and shaking the earth beneath their feet. But felling the tree was only the beginning. Workers immediately removed the branches using smaller axes. The trunk was cut into manageable lengths.
Heavy ropes were wrapped around the logs, and teams of laborers, or sometimes oxen, dragged the timber toward nearby roads or rivers. Moving freshly cut wood was often harder than cutting it. A single large trunk could weigh several tons. Mud, uneven ground, and steep hills made transportation painfully slow. During winter, frozen ground sometimes made hauling easier. In rainy seasons, wagons frequently became trapped in deep mud. Every journey tested both strength and determination. The dangers of the job were constant. A falling tree could easily crush a worker who misjudged its direction. Sharp axes occasionally slipped. Heavy branches broke unexpectedly. Wild animals still lived in many Roman forests, though encounters were probably less common than accidents caused by the work itself. The forest demanded constant attention. One careless moment could prove fatal. Many woodcutters belonged to rural communities where forestry had supported families for generations. Others worked for wealthy landowners, military engineers, or government officials responsible for supplying timber to important construction projects. Some were free laborers, earning modest wages. Others were enslaved workers, performing physically exhausting tasks with little hope of reward. Yet, regardless of status, their days followed much the same pattern. Walk, cut, trim, lift, drag, repeat. Rome's appetite for wood seemed endless. As cities expanded, forests slowly retreated. New homes required beams. Bridges required supports. Shipyards demanded enormous quantities of timber. Kilns burned day and night, consuming firewood. Even public bathhouses needed constant fuel to heat their water. The empire grew stronger. The forests grew smaller. Today, environmental historians believe that centuries of Roman construction and industry significantly changed landscapes across many regions. Large forests that once covered hillsides gradually disappeared as timber was harvested year after year. The work of these forgotten laborers quietly reshaped the natural world alongside the empire itself. Yet few people living in Rome ever thought about where the wood around them had come from. They admired elegant buildings. They traveled in sturdy wagons. They sailed aboard impressive ships. Rarely did they imagine the distant forests where anonymous workers had spent long days swinging heavy axes beneath towering trees. History remembers the architects. It remembers the admirals. It remembers the emperors who ordered ambitious projects. But the men who first placed axe to tree were almost entirely forgotten. And yet every wooden beam holding up a roof, every scaffold surrounding a temple, every mast carrying a ship across the sea, began with one simple sound: the steady rhythm of an axe striking wood deep within a quiet Roman forest. As evening settled over the woodland and the final wagons creaked toward the nearest river, another group of workers prepared to continue the journey. For cut timber alone was not enough. Much of it still needed to be transformed into a hotter, cleaner fuel, one capable of melting iron and producing the materials that built an empire. Our next stop takes us to the smoky clearings of the countryside, where the charcoal makers quietly turned ordinary wood into the fire that powered Rome. As the sun slowly disappeared behind the hills, most Roman workers began making their way home. The quarry grew quiet, the roads emptied, the forests settled into silence once again. But in a lonely clearing deep within the woodland, the work was far from over. Here, small columns of pale blue smoke rose gently into the evening sky. There were no roaring flames, no glowing furnaces visible from afar. Only large, carefully stacked mounds of wood, covered with layers of earth and leaves. To an ordinary traveler, they might have looked like little more than strange hills. Yet inside each mound, a slow and carefully controlled fire was burning. This was the workplace of the charcoal makers, one of the Roman Empire's least noticed, yet most essential groups of laborers. Unlike ordinary firewood, charcoal burned hotter, cleaner, and longer. It produced the intense heat needed by blacksmiths forging swords, armor, nails, and tools. It powered the furnaces that smelted iron and other metals. Without charcoal, many Roman industries would simply have stopped. The empire's soldiers, builders, farmers, and craftsmen all depended upon it. Yet very few people ever thought about the men who produced it. The work began with freshly cut timber brought from nearby forests. Not every piece of wood was suitable. Experienced charcoal makers carefully selected logs of similar size so they would burn evenly. Each piece was stacked upright around a central chimney-like opening, forming a large circular pile that could stand several meters high. Building one of these charcoal mounds required remarkable skill. Every log had its place. Every gap mattered. If too much air entered the pile, the wood would burst into open flames and turn to ash. If too little air reached the fire, the process would fail before the charcoal was fully formed. Once the stack was complete, workers covered it with layers of branches, grass, and damp earth. Only a few small air vents were left open. A fire was then lit at the center. From that moment onward, careful attention became essential. Unlike a normal campfire, the goal was not to let the wood burn completely. Instead, it had to smolder slowly for several days, sometimes even for more than a week. Day and night, the charcoal makers watched the mound. They adjusted the air vents. They sealed unexpected cracks with fresh soil. They observed the color of the smoke rising into the sky. Thin blue smoke often meant the process was proceeding well. Thick white smoke could signal trouble. Too much smoke, too little smoke, a sudden flame escaping through the surface. Every small change demanded immediate action. The workers rarely slept for long. Someone always remained nearby. A single mistake could destroy an entire week's labor. Unlike many other Roman workers who traveled between towns or construction sites, charcoal makers often lived in temporary shelters deep within the forest. Their homes were simple huts built from branches, timber, and rough stone. They remained close to the charcoal pits because constant supervision was impossible from a distance. Life here was quiet, isolated. The nearest village might be many miles away. Visitors were rare. Most days passed with little conversation beyond the small team responsible for tending the fires. The work itself left its mark on every laborer. Smoke blackened their clothes. Soot covered their faces and hands. The smell of burning wood lingered on everything they owned. Their lungs likely suffered after years of breathing smoke and fine ash, though they had no understanding of the long-term health effects. Despite these hardships, the demand for charcoal never disappeared. Every Roman blacksmith relied upon it. Every iron plough used by a farmer, every sword carried by a legionary, every nail driven into a building, every metal tool used throughout the empire had almost certainly been forged over a charcoal fire. In this way, the charcoal makers quietly stood behind countless achievements they would never witness. Their names appeared on no monuments. No emperor praised them in public speeches. No poet celebrated the careful art of controlling a slow-burning mound of wood. Yet without their work, many of Rome's greatest industries would have fallen silent. Modern archaeologists occasionally discover ancient charcoal production sites hidden beneath layers of forest soil. Circular patches of blackened earth, fragments of charcoal, and traces of temporary shelters reveal where these forgotten workers once lived. The forests have long since reclaimed the land. Trees now grow where smoke once drifted into the sky. Nature has erased almost every visible sign of their labor. Almost. For every Roman sword displayed in a museum, every iron chisel found at an archaeological dig,
every ancient lock, hinge, hammer, or farming tool carries with it the invisible story of a charcoal maker who patiently watched a quiet fire burn beneath the stars. History often celebrates the finished object. Rarely does it remember the fuel that made its creation possible. And perhaps no workers understood that better than the charcoal makers. As another mound slowly cooled beneath the moonlight, wagons loaded with fresh charcoal began rolling towards workshops across the empire. There, another group of forgotten laborers was already waiting. They worked beneath the open sky, following the rhythm of the seasons rather than the rhythm of hammers or furnaces. Their harvest fed cities, armies, and emperors alike. Without them, Rome itself could not have survived. Next, we will walk into the vast fields of the Roman countryside and meet the farmers, the true foundation of the empire.
As the first hint of dawn appeared over the rolling hills, the Roman countryside slowly awakened. A rooster called somewhere in the distance. The cool morning air carried the scent of damp earth and wild grass. Before the great cities stirred to life, before merchants opened their shops and senators gathered for debate, millions of farmers were already beginning another long day. For them, there were no holidays from the seasons, no pause in the endless cycle of planting, tending, and harvesting. The land waited for no one. If the fields were neglected even for a short time, hunger would soon follow. When people think about the Roman Empire, they often picture marble temples, mighty armies, and crowded cities filled with busy markets. Yet none of these could have existed without one simple truth. Every soldier needed bread, every merchant needed food, every emperor depended upon full granaries, and behind every meal stood the quiet labor of the Roman farmer. Agriculture was the foundation of Roman civilization. It is estimated that the vast majority of the empire's population lived and worked in the countryside. While cities attracted attention and admiration, it was the farms that truly sustained the empire. Most farming families rose long before sunrise.
The day's work often began while the stars still filled the sky. Simple breakfasts of bread, olives, or porridge provided just enough energy for the hours ahead.
Then the work began. Fields had to be ploughed. Seeds had to be planted. Weeds needed removing. Animals required feeding. Fences demanded repair. No 2 days were exactly alike, yet every day brought another task that could not be postponed. Oxen played a vital role in Roman agriculture. Strong and patient, these animals pulled heavy wooden ploughs through the soil, allowing farmers to prepare the land for crops. Walking behind the plough required endurance. The uneven ground, changing weather, and constant physical effort left workers exhausted long before the day ended. Unlike modern farmers equipped with tractors and machinery, Roman farmers relied almost entirely on human and animal strength. Every field represented countless hours of manual labor. The empire produced a remarkable variety of crops. Wheat was perhaps the most important. It became the flour used to bake bread, the staple food eaten by rich and poor alike. Barley was also widely grown, often feeding both people and livestock. Beans, lentils, onions, cabbage, figs, and many other fruits and vegetables filled gardens across the countryside. Olive groves and vineyards stretched across warmer regions, supplying oil and wine throughout the empire. Each crop followed its own seasonal rhythm. Farmers learned these patterns through generations of careful observation. They watched the clouds. They studied the winds. They noticed the changing colors of leaves and the behavior of birds. Long before weather forecasts existed, experience served as their greatest guide. But nature could be unpredictable. A late frost might destroy young plants. A summer drought could leave fields dry and lifeless. Heavy rain sometimes washed away newly planted seeds. Insects and plant diseases occasionally ruined entire harvests. For Roman farmers, success depended not only on hard work, but also on good fortune.
One poor harvest could bring hunger to an entire community. Many farms belonged to ordinary families who worked their own land. Others formed part of vast estates owned by wealthy Roman citizens. On these large properties, enslaved workers often performed much of the physical labor under the supervision of overseers. Some estates employed hired laborers during busy seasons, such as planting and harvest. Regardless of status, the work itself remained physically demanding. Harvest time was especially intense. Every available hand joined the effort. Men, women, and children worked together beneath the hot summer sun, cutting grain with small iron sickles. Bundles of wheat were tied by hand before being loaded onto wagons. Speed mattered. Storms could destroy a ripe crop within hours. There was little time to rest. The rhythm of harvest determined the rhythm of life itself. After gathering the grain came threshing, separating the valuable kernels from the stalks. Animals sometimes walked over the harvested grain, while workers used wooden flails to loosen the seeds. The grain was then tossed into the air so the wind could carry away the lighter chaff. It was slow, repetitive work, repeated year after year. Most farmers never became wealthy. Their lives were shaped by the changing seasons rather than by politics or military victories. While emperors celebrated triumphs in Rome, farmers quietly continued planting next year's crops. Their work rarely appeared in official records. Few monuments honored successful harvests. Yet every loaf of bread eaten in the capital depended upon them. The famous Roman grain supply became one of the empire's greatest strengths. Ships loaded with wheat sailed from distant provinces such as Egypt and North Africa, helping feed the growing population of Rome. But those ships carried grain first grown by countless ordinary farmers whose names history has long forgotten.
Even today, archaeologists uncover traces of ancient Roman farms, plough marks preserved beneath layers of soil.
Storage jars once filled with grain. Simple farm tools worn smooth through years of use. These quiet discoveries remind us that behind every powerful empire stands a landscape shaped by hard-working hands. The Roman farmer may never have worn fine robes. He may never have entered the Senate. He may never have marched at the head of a victorious army. But every emperor, every soldier, every merchant, and every citizen depended on his harvest. In many ways, the true heartbeat of the Roman Empire was not found in its grand cities. It echoed softly across its endless fields. As the sun slowly set over the ripening wheat, another group of forgotten workers prepared to begin their own careful harvest. Their vines climbed sunlit hillsides, and their work would produce one of Rome's most beloved drinks, a beverage enjoyed in humble homes, military camps, and imperial banquets alike. As the morning mist slowly lifted from the rolling hills, long rows of grapevines stretched toward the horizon. Tiny drops of dew clung to the leaves, sparkling in the first light of the sun. For a brief moment, the vineyards looked peaceful. The only sounds were birds singing among the branches and a gentle breeze moving through the vines. But that quiet would not last long. Soon, workers carrying woven baskets, pruning knives, and wooden tools stepped between the rows. Another day in the vineyard had begun. To many Romans, wine was far more than a luxury. It was part of everyday life. People drank it during family meals. Soldiers received wine with their daily rations. Merchants served it while negotiating business. Travelers rested with a cup at roadside inns. Even many children drank diluted wine because clean drinking water was not always easy to find or consistently safe in every place. Wine flowed through Roman society almost as naturally as conversation itself. Yet few people stopped to think about the countless laborers who spent their lives caring for the vines. Growing grapes demanded patience unlike almost any other form of farming. A vineyard could not simply be planted one season and harvested the next. New vines often required several years before producing grapes of good quality. The workers understood this well. Their labor was an investment in the future. Every season brought different responsibilities. During the winter months, vines were carefully pruned. Dead branches were removed so the healthy ones could grow stronger. This work required experience. Cut away too much and the vine might struggle to recover. Leave too many branches and the grapes might never fully ripen. Each careful cut shaped the harvest many months later. As spring arrived, fresh green shoots appeared. Workers tied the growing vines to wooden stakes or simple trellises, helping them climb toward the sunlight. They removed weeds that competed for water and nutrients. They loosened the soil around the roots with simple hand tools. There were no tractors, no chemical fertilizers. Every task depended upon patient hands. Summer brought new challenges. The Mediterranean sun ripened the grapes, but too much heat could damage the fruit. Unexpected storms sometimes split the delicate skins. Birds and insects eagerly searched for easy meals among the vines. Workers spent long hours protecting the precious crop. Then came the harvest, perhaps the busiest and most joyful time of the year. Entire families often joined together beneath the warm autumn sun. Men and women carefully cut heavy clusters of grapes using small curved knives. Children gathered fallen fruit in baskets. The vineyards filled with laughter, conversation, and the steady rhythm of work. Unlike grain, grapes bruised easily. Each bunch had to be handled with care. Once harvested, the grapes were carried quickly to nearby presses. Speed mattered. Fresh fruit could spoil if left too long beneath the sun. Inside the pressing houses, another stage of the journey began. Workers emptied basket after basket into large stone vats. Some grapes were crushed beneath wooden presses, others were gently pressed by foot, a method that allowed workers to control the pressure more carefully. The sweet juice flowed into large containers where fermentation slowly transformed it into wine. This process required close attention. Too much heat, too much air, or poor storage could ruin an entire year's harvest. Large clay jars called amphorae stored much of the finished wine. These sturdy containers traveled across the Mediterranean aboard Roman merchant ships. Some carried ordinary table wine for everyday families. Others held expensive vintages destined for wealthy households and imperial banquets. Roman wine reached nearly every corner of the empire. The vineyard workers themselves rarely enjoyed such luxury. Many lived modest lives close to the fields they tended. Some worked on family-owned vineyards.
Others labored on vast estates owned by wealthy landowners. Enslaved workers performed much of the physical labor in many regions, while hired laborers often joined during the demanding harvest season. Regardless of status, the rhythm of life remained tied to the vines. The vineyard rewarded patience. It punished neglect. Years of experience taught workers when to prune, when to harvest, and when simply to wait. Nature could not be hurried. Perhaps that is why vineyards appeared so peaceful. Their beauty hid countless hours of careful labor. Every healthy vine reflected years of quiet attention. Every cup of wine represented seasons of work, invisible to those who drank it. Today, archaeologists continue to uncover ancient Roman vineyards, wine presses, and thousands of broken amphorae buried beneath the soil. Some vineyards have even been recreated using Roman farming techniques, revealing just how much skill these forgotten workers possessed. Their knowledge passed from one generation to the next, without books or formal schools. It lived in careful observation, in experienced hands, in the changing seasons. History often remembers the grand banquets of emperors,
The golden cups, the lavish feasts, the flowing wine. Far less often does it remember the ordinary workers who stood beneath the hot Mediterranean sun, patiently tending vines year after year so those celebrations could take place. Yet without them, many of Rome's finest moments would have been missing one of their most familiar companions. As evenings settled across the vineyards and the last baskets of grapes disappeared into the presses, our journey moved farther into the countryside. There, beneath the silvery leaves of ancient trees, another harvest was quietly beginning. For the Roman world depended not only on wine, but also on one of its most valuable treasures, olive oil. Next, we will meet the olive harvesters, whose careful work brought light, flavor, and prosperity to the empire.
As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the silvery leaves of ancient olive trees, the countryside seemed wrapped in quiet stillness. A gentle breeze stirred the branches. Birds hopped from limb to limb, searching for their morning meal. The twisted trunks of the olive trees stood like silent witnesses, some already centuries old. Unlike wheat that was planted each year, or grapevines that slowly climbed their supports, olive trees were companions for generations. A farmer might plant a young tree, knowing that his grandchildren, not he, would enjoy its finest harvests. It was a lesson in patience that every olive worker understood. When people think about the Roman Empire, they often imagine wine flowing at great feasts. Yet another product was just as valuable, and in many ways even more essential: olive oil. The Romans used it almost every day. It flavored their food. It lit their homes in oil lamps after sunset. Athletes rubbed it onto their skin before exercise. Bathhouses relied on it during cleaning rituals. Doctors mixed it into certain medicines and ointments. Merchants traded it across the Mediterranean, and wealthy estates measured much of their prosperity by the size of their olive groves.
Some Romans even called it liquid gold. Behind every drop stood countless forgotten workers. The olive harvest usually began in late autumn, when the fruit had reached the perfect stage of ripeness. Too early, and the olives produced little oil. Too late, and the fruit could spoil or fall to the ground. Experience mattered. Workers judged the timing by the color of the olives, the feel of the fruit, and the changing season. No calendar alone could replace years of observation. Before harvesting began, large woven nets were carefully spread beneath the trees. These nets caught the falling olives and kept them clean. Then the workers climbed wooden ladders or stood among the lower branches, gently picking the fruit by hand. In some places, they used long wooden poles to lightly tap the branches, encouraging ripe olives to fall onto the waiting nets below. The work demanded both care and patience. Strike too hard, and delicate branches could break, reducing next year's harvest. Move too quickly, and valuable fruit might be damaged. Every tree deserved careful attention. Many olive groves cover hillsides where the uneven ground made carrying heavy baskets difficult. Workers walked back and forth throughout the day, gathering olives beneath the warm Mediterranean sun. Their hands gradually darkened from the fruit. Their backs ached from hours of bending and lifting. Yet they continued, knowing the harvest would last only a short time. Freshly picked olives could not simply be stored for weeks. They needed to be processed quickly before their quality declined. Nearby presses soon became busy with activity. Large circular millstones, often turned by donkeys or oxen, slowly crushed the olives into a thick, dark paste. The smell of fresh olives filled the air. Workers spread the paste onto woven mats made from plant fibers. These mats were stacked carefully beneath large wooden presses. With slow, steady pressure, the precious oil began to flow. At first, it appeared cloudy. Later, after resting inside large clay containers, the oil separated naturally from water and other impurities.
The clearest oil became the highest quality product, valued by wealthy households throughout the empire. Nothing went to waste. Even lower quality oil found important uses. It fueled lamps that illuminated Roman homes after sunset. It lubricated tools and machinery. It supplied workshops and bathhouses. Every part of the harvest served a purpose. Like many other forms of agricultural work, olive harvesting involved people from every part of rural society. Family farms relied on relatives working together. Large estates often depended on enslaved laborers and hired seasonal workers. Children gathered fallen olives. Older workers sorted the fruit. Everyone contributed according to their strength and experience. The rhythm of the harvest connected entire communities. Good harvests brought celebration. Poor harvests brought worry. A year of drought could reduce production dramatically, affecting families far beyond the countryside. Merchants waiting in distant ports, shopkeepers in crowded cities, even ordinary citizens buying oil for cooking or lighting their homes, all felt the consequences. Despite its importance, the workers themselves rarely received recognition. Their names were not carved into monuments. Their stories were not celebrated in poetry. Instead, the finished oil carried the reputation of wealthy estate owners or successful merchants. The laborers who picked each olive remained invisible. Today, archaeologists have uncovered Roman olive presses across Spain, Italy, Greece, North Africa, and the Eastern Mediterranean. Many of the heavy stone mills still survive. Some presses remain so well preserved that historians have successfully demonstrated how they once operated. Standing beside these ancient machines, it becomes easier to imagine the quiet industry that filled the countryside every autumn, the creaking of wooden presses,
the slow turning of millstones, the voices of workers lifting heavy baskets, the rich scent of fresh olive oil drifting through the air. These sounds rarely appear in history books, yet they echoed across the Roman world for centuries. Every lamp burning softly after sunset, every loaf of bread dipped into fragrant oil, every bathhouse welcoming visitors,
all depended upon the patient work of olive harvesters whose names have long been forgotten. Perhaps that is the quiet lesson of the olive grove. Some of the most valuable things in life cannot be rushed. They require years of growth, careful hands, and the patience of people willing to work without expecting fame. As the final baskets of olives disappeared into the presses and another harvest drew to a close, our journey continued into the open grasslands beyond the cultivated fields. There, beneath wide skies and rolling hills, another group of forgotten workers watched over thousands of animals from dawn until dusk. Next, we will meet the shepherds, whose quiet lives provided the Roman Empire with wool, milk, meat, and leather.
As the eastern sky slowly brightened, the hills remained wrapped in a blanket of soft morning mist. The world was almost silent. Then, somewhere in the distance, came the gentle sound of sheep bells. A shepherd stepped out from a small stone shelter, leaning lightly on a long wooden staff, polished smooth by years of use. Behind him, hundreds of sheep slowly gathered together. Some lambs stayed close to their mothers. Older animals wandered patiently toward the open grasslands. Another quiet day had begun. Unlike the builders who shaped cities or the miners who disappeared beneath the earth, shepherds spent most of their lives beneath the open sky. Their workplace had no walls. Their roof was the changing weather. Their companions were animals, distant hills, and the steady rhythm of the seasons. It may have seemed like a peaceful life. In many ways it was, but it was also one of constant responsibility. The Roman Empire depended on sheep far more than many people realize. Every warm woolen cloak worn by a traveler, every blanket spread across a simple bed, every leather sandal protecting tired feet, every wheel of cheese carried to a market, all began with the careful work of shepherds. Without their flocks, everyday Roman life would have looked very different. Long before sunrise, shepherds guided their animals toward fresh grazing land. Finding enough grass was never guaranteed. During spring, hillsides often turned green with new growth. Summer brought dry fields where food became scarce. In winter, colder weather forced shepherds to search even harder for suitable pasture. Their lives followed the landscape rather than the calendar. An experienced shepherd understood every part of the countryside. He knew where fresh water flowed after rain. He remembered which valleys stayed green longest during drought. He recognized dangerous cliffs and hidden marshes where animals could become trapped. This knowledge came not from books, but from years of walking the same hills, hour after hour. Season after season, protecting the flock required constant attention. A single frightened sheep could cause hundreds of others to panic. If the flock scattered across rough terrain, gathering them again might take the rest of the day. Young lambs sometimes became separated from their mothers. Sick animals needed care. In some regions, wolves and other predators remained a real danger. Although attacks were probably less common than many stories suggest, shepherds always stayed alert. Their wooden staffs served many purposes. They guided wandering sheep, helped steady tired legs while climbing steep hills, and, when necessary, offered protection against threats. Faithful dogs often worked alongside them. These intelligent animals helped keep the flock together, responding quickly to whistles. Season after season, protecting the flock required constant attention.
A single frightened sheep could cause hundreds of others to panic. If the flock scattered across rough terrain, gathering them again might take the rest of the day. Young lambs sometimes became separated from their mothers. Sick animals needed care. In some regions, wolves and other predators remained a real danger. Although attacks were probably less common than many stories suggest, shepherds always stayed alert. Their wooden staffs served many purposes. They guided wandering sheep, helped steady tired legs while climbing steep hills, and, when necessary, offered protection against threats. Faithful dogs often worked alongside them. These intelligent animals helped keep the flock together, responding quickly to whistles and simple commands passed down through generations. The relationship between shepherd and dog became one of trust built over countless days in the open countryside. Sheep provided far more than meat. Every year, their thick wool was carefully removed during shearing season. Workers used large iron shears to trim the fleece without harming the animals. The freshly cut wool was then cleaned, sorted, and sent to textile workers who transformed it into clothing, blankets, and other essential goods. Milk from sheep and goats also played an important role in Roman diets. Fresh milk spoiled quickly, so much of it became cheese. Roman cheese traveled well, making it valuable for soldiers, merchants, and families alike. Some cheeses produced in rural regions found markets hundreds of miles away. The shepherd's daily work quietly supported an entire chain of other forgotten workers: wool spinners, weavers, leather workers, cheesemakers, market traders. Every one of them depended on healthy flocks. Many shepherds lived simple lives. Some worked their own small flocks. Others cared for hundreds or even thousands of animals belonging to wealthy landowners.
Enslaved shepherds often spent months away from towns, sleeping in small huts or temporary shelters while watching over their master's livestock. Loneliness became part of the profession. Days passed with little conversation beyond the occasional traveler crossing the hills. Yet, there was also a quiet beauty in such a life. Watching the sunrise from a mountaintop, listening to the wind move through the grass, following familiar paths beneath changing seasons. Many poets admired the peaceful image of the shepherd. The reality, however, involved long hours, uncertain weather, aching feet, and endless responsibility. If disease spread through the flock, if drought destroyed the grazing land, if too many animals were lost, the consequences could be devastating. A shepherd's success depended upon patience, observation, and unwavering dedication. Today, archaeologists have uncovered simple shepherd shelters, sheepfolds, bells, shearing tools, and animal bones across the former Roman Empire. These quiet discoveries remind us that while emperors governed cities, countless ordinary workers spent their lives caring for the animals that clothed and fed those same cities. History rarely remembers the shepherd by name. Yet, every woolen cloak warming a Roman traveler, every leather sandal walking a Roman road, every piece of cheese served at a family meal began somewhere on a quiet hillside beneath the watchful eye of a shepherd. Perhaps that is the gentle lesson these forgotten workers leave behind. Not every life changes history through battles or speeches. Some change history simply by caring faithfully for the same flock, one ordinary day after another. As the sun slowly disappeared beyond the hills and the sheep returned safely to their enclosure, another group of laborers was preparing for tomorrow's work. Deep inside noisy buildings, where enormous stones turned endlessly from dawn until dusk, they transformed harvested grain into the flour that fed an empire. Next, we will meet the mill workers,
whose steady labor turned wheat into the bread of Rome. As the first light of dawn reached the outskirts of a Roman town, another familiar sound slowly filled the morning air. It was not the ringing of temple bells, nor the marching footsteps of soldiers. Instead, it was the deep, steady rumble of enormous millstones turning against one another. Round and round they moved, hour after hour, day after day. The sound became so common that many people hardly noticed it anymore. Yet hidden behind those revolving stones were workers performing one of the most essential tasks in the entire Roman Empire. Without them, there would be no flour. Without flour, there would be no bread. And without bread, Rome itself could not survive. For the Romans, bread was far more than a simple food. It was the foundation of daily life. Rich or poor, soldier or senator, nearly everyone ate some form of bread each day. Large cities, especially Rome itself, consumed astonishing quantities of grain. Feeding hundreds of thousands of people required an enormous and carefully organized system. Farmers harvested the wheat, merchants transported it across roads and seas. But before anyone could bake a loaf of bread, the grain first had to become fine flour. That responsibility belonged to the mill workers. The process began as wagons arrived carrying heavy sacks of wheat harvested from farms across the countryside. Workers unloaded the grain and poured it into storage bins, carefully protecting it from moisture, insects, and hungry rodents. Every kernel mattered. A spoiled shipment meant less food for the city. Inside the mill, the true work began. The heart of every Roman mill was a pair of massive circular stones. The lower stone remained fixed. The upper stone slowly rotated above it. As wheat was poured through a hole in the center, the grinding surfaces crushed each grain into smaller and smaller pieces until soft flour emerged around the edges. Some mills were powered entirely by human strength. Workers pushed long wooden handles attached to the heavy stones, walking in endless circles throughout the day. It was slow, exhausting work. Every rotation demanded effort. Every sack of grain required hundreds upon hundreds of turns. Larger mills often relied on animals instead. Strong donkeys or mules walked patiently around the millstone, harnessed to wooden beams that kept the upper stone moving. The animals followed the same circular path so often that it became second nature. In a few places blessed with fast-flowing rivers, water mills offered an extraordinary advantage. Flowing water turned great wooden wheels, which in turn rotated the millstones without requiring constant human or animal power. Although water mills were less common than traditional mills, they demonstrated the remarkable engineering skill of the Romans and allowed larger quantities of grain to be processed with greater efficiency. Regardless of how the stones were powered, the work inside the mill remained physically demanding. The air was constantly filled with fine white flour dust. It settled on clothes, hair, eyebrows, and beards, until the workers themselves appeared almost ghostly white. With every breath, tiny particles entered their lungs. Ancient Romans did not understand the long-term health effects of breathing flour dust, but many mill workers likely suffered persistent coughing and breathing difficulties after years of labor. The noise inside the mill never truly stopped. Grinding stone against stone created a deep, continuous rumble. Wooden gears creaked. Animals shuffled across worn floors. Workers shouted to one another above the sound of the machinery. It was a world of constant movement. Heavy sacks had to be lifted. Fresh grain poured into the mill. Finished flour collected into baskets and barrels. Every soldier receiving his daily ration, every child eating warm bread beside the family hearth, first depended upon the patient labor of someone standing beside a turning millstone. Perhaps that is the quiet lesson left behind by the mill workers. The most important work is often the work repeated every single day. Not once, not twice, but thousands of times until an entire civilization comes to depend upon it. As the last sacks of flour left the mill and rolled toward the busy streets of the city, another group of forgotten workers was already waiting. Before sunrise, their ovens were glowing with intense heat, preparing to transform that fresh flour into the food that sustained the Roman world. Next, we will meet the bakers, whose warm ovens filled Rome with the comforting smell of fresh bread each morning.
Long before the first merchant opened a market stall, long before the Senate gathered to discuss the affairs of the empire, long before children ran through the narrow streets of Rome, the city's bakers were already awake. The sky was still dark. Oil lamps flickered softly inside warm bakeries. The glowing ovens had been burning through the night, and workers moved quietly between large wooden tables covered in fresh flour. Outside, the streets remained peaceful. Inside, another busy day had already begun. Few smells are as comforting as the aroma of freshly baked bread. Nearly 2,000 years ago, that familiar scent drifted through Roman cities every morning, welcoming people as they stepped outside their homes. For rich and poor alike, bread was more than food. It was life itself. Every loaf depended upon the careful work of bakers, whose names history almost completely forgot. By the time the flour arrived from nearby mills, much of the hardest agricultural work had already been completed. Farmers had grown the wheat, harvesters had gathered it, mill workers had ground it into fine flour. Now it was the baker's turn. The first task was preparing the dough. Large wooden bowls held flour mixed with water and a small amount of salt. Many bakeries also used a portion of fermented dough saved from the previous day's baking, allowing the fresh mixture to rise naturally. The workers kneaded the heavy dough with both hands, again and again. Push, fold, turn, repeat. The movement became almost like a rhythm learned over many years. Making bread by hand demanded strength. Large bakeries produced hundreds, sometimes thousands of loaves every single day.
The dough was heavy. The work never seemed to end. Once the dough had been kneaded, it was left to rest. During this quiet period, tiny natural bubbles slowly formed inside, making the bread lighter and softer. Experienced bakers judged the dough not by clocks, but by touch. They knew exactly when it was ready, simply by pressing a finger gently into its surface. Years of practice had sharpened their senses. When the dough had risen enough, workers divided it into smaller portions. Each loaf was carefully shaped by hand. Some were round, others were flatter. Different towns often had their own preferred styles. Interestingly, archaeologists have discovered remarkably preserved Roman loaves, especially in the buried city of Pompeii. Many were divided into equal sections before baking, making them easier to share among families. Some even carried the baker's personal stamp. These ancient loaves offer a rare glimpse into everyday life that survived beneath volcanic ash for nearly 2,000 years.
The ovens themselves were impressive structures. Built from brick and stone, they trapped heat extremely well. Before baking began, workers burned large amounts of wood inside the oven. Once the walls became intensely hot, the remaining ashes were swept aside.
Then, the shaped loaves were carefully placed inside using long wooden paddles. Judging the correct temperature required remarkable experience. There were no thermometers, only careful observation. The color of the bricks, the feeling of heat escaping from the opening, the speed at which earlier loaves baked, everything depended on the baker's knowledge. A few minutes too long could burn an entire batch. Removing the bread demanded both speed and caution. The ovens remained dangerously hot. Workers reached deep inside with long paddles, carefully lifting each finished loaf before placing it onto cooling racks. The fresh aroma quickly filled the bakery. Soon, customers would begin arriving. Some bought only a single loaf. Others purchased enough bread to feed large families or nearby taverns. In growing cities like Rome, bakeries became essential businesses. Thousands of people depended on them every day. Some bakeries even supplied bread directly to the government for public grain distributions. Keeping the population fed was not simply good business, it was vital for social stability. A shortage of bread could quickly lead to unrest among hungry crowds. Despite their importance, the work remained demanding. Bakers often labored through the night, so fresh bread would be ready before sunrise. The intense heat of the ovens became exhausting, especially during the hot Mediterranean summers. Flour dust coated every surface. Heavy sacks had to be lifted constantly. Wood fires required continual attention. There was little opportunity for rest. Many bakeries relied upon entire teams. Some workers mixed dough, others tended the ovens. Some delivered finished bread throughout the city. In larger establishments, enslaved workers performed much of the physical labor under the supervision of experienced master bakers. Children sometimes assisted with smaller tasks, learning the trade from an early age. For many families, baking became a profession passed from one generation to the next. Today, visitors walking through the remarkably preserved ruins of Pompeii can still enter ancient Roman bakeries. Massive stone mills remain in place. Brick ovens still stand where thousands of loaves were once baked. Even carbonized loaves have survived the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, frozen in time exactly as they appeared on their final day. These extraordinary discoveries remind us that history is not made only by emperors and generals. It is also shaped by ordinary people preparing ordinary meals. Every warm loaf shared around a family table, every ration carried by a Roman soldier, every breakfast eaten before another long day of labor began in a quiet bakery where forgotten workers had already been awake long before the rest of the city. Perhaps that is the gentle lesson left by Rome's bakers. The greatest acts of service are not always remembered. Sometimes they happen before sunrise, while the world is still asleep, leaving behind nothing more than the comforting smell of fresh bread drifting through silent streets. As the final loaves disappeared into baskets and carts rolled towards busy marketplaces, our journey continued towards the bustling waterfront. There, ships from every corner of the empire waited to be unloaded. Waiting on the docks was another army of forgotten workers whose strength kept Rome's trade alive.
A new day began at the harbor long before the city was fully awake. The sky held a faint glow beyond the sea. fishing boats drifted near the shore. Farther out, large merchant ships waited for the tide. Their sails hung quietly in the morning air after long journeys across the Mediterranean. Soon, the calm would give way to steady work. Heavy ropes would tighten, wooden gangways would be lowered. Voices would echo across the waterfront. Another day of loading and unloading had begun. For many people living in Rome, the harbour was easy to overlook. Goods arrived, markets stayed full, life carried on. Few stopped to wonder how thousands of tons of cargo moved from ship to shore every single day. Behind that daily miracle stood the dock workers. Their labour rarely appeared in history books. Yet without them, trade across the Roman Empire would have slowed to a crawl. The empire stretched across 3 continents.
Grain arrived from Egypt. Olive oil came from Spain. Wine travelled from Italy and Gaul. Marble crossed the sea from Greece. Timber floated down rivers before reaching busy ports. Every cargo had one thing in common. Sooner or later, someone had to carry it. That someone was usually a dock worker. Their day often began before sunrise. As the first ships reached the harbour, crews prepared thick ropes to secure them beside the stone quays. The ships themselves could not unload their cargo. Everything depended upon human strength. Large baskets filled with grain, heavy clay jars packed with olive oil, barrels of wine, bundles of cloth, stacks of timber, crates of pottery. Each load had to leave the ship safely. A single mistake could destroy valuable cargo or cost a worker his life. Many docks used simple wooden cranes powered by men walking inside large treadwheels. As the wheel turned, thick ropes slowly lifted heavy cargo from the ship's hold. The machines were impressive for their time. Even so, much of the work still depended on human hands. Workers balanced on narrow gangways while carrying heavy loads across uneven planks. The sea below waited for anyone who lost a step. Rain made the wood slippery. Strong winds caused ships to shift against the dock. Every day demanded careful attention. The harbour itself never stayed quiet for long.
Sailors shouted orders. Merchants counted cargo. Animals pulled loaded wagons toward nearby warehouses. The sound of creaking wood mixed with waves breaking against stone walls. To a visitor, the scene might have seemed chaotic. To the dock workers, it was simply another ordinary day. Strength alone was not enough. Each shipment had to be handled with care. Large clay jars known as amphorae carried wine, olive oil, and fish sauce. One careless drop could shatter the container and waste months of work. Grain had to remain dry. Timber needed proper stacking. Every type of cargo required different handling. Experience mattered just as much as muscle. Many workers belonged to organized labor groups known as collegia. These associations helped members find work, offered mutual support, and sometimes arranged proper burials for workers who had no family nearby. Life remained difficult, but belonging to such a group gave many laborers a sense of community in a demanding profession. The work was relentless. Summer brought intense heat, reflected from both the stone docks and the open water. Winter storms turned the harbour into a dangerous place. Cold rain soaked clothing, strong waves rocked the ships. Still, cargo had to move. Cities depended upon regular deliveries. A delayed grain shipment could leave thousands without enough food. A missing load of timber might halt an important building project. The dock workers carried more than cargo. They carried the rhythm of the empire itself. Many of them earned only modest wages. Others were enslaved laborers owned by merchants or wealthy trading companies.
Some hoped to save enough money for a better future. Many never had that opportunity. Their names appeared on few monuments. The merchants received the profits. The officials recorded successful trade. The workers quietly prepared for another ship. Today, archaeologists have uncovered the remains of Roman ports where these laborers once worked. Stone docks worn smooth by countless footsteps still survive. Iron rings used to tie ships remain fixed in ancient walls. Broken amphorae lie buried beneath layers of soil, silent reminders of busy harbors that once connected distant lands. Standing there now, the waterfront feels peaceful. Seagulls circle above calm water, gentle waves touch the old stone.
Grain arrived from Egypt. Olive oil came from Spain. Wine traveled from Italy and Gaul. Marble crossed the sea from Greece. Timber floated down rivers before reaching busy ports. Every cargo had one thing in common. Sooner or later, someone had to carry it. That someone was usually a dock worker. Their day often began before sunrise. As the first ships reached the harbor, crews prepared thick ropes to secure them beside the stone quays. The ships themselves could not unload their cargo. Everything depended upon human strength. Large baskets filled with grain, heavy clay jars packed with olive oil, barrels of wine, bundles of cloth, stacks of timber, crates of pottery. Each load had to leave the ship safely. A single mistake could destroy valuable cargo or cost a worker his life. Many docks used simple wooden cranes powered by men walking inside large treadwheels. As the wheel turned, thick ropes slowly lifted heavy cargo from the ship's hold. The machines were impressive for their time. Even so, much of the work still depended on human hands. Workers balanced on narrow gangways while carrying heavy loads across uneven planks. The sea below waited for anyone who lost a step. Rain made the wood slippery. Strong winds caused ships to shift against the dock. Every day demanded careful attention. The harbor itself never stayed quiet for long.
Before dawn touched the horizon, the harbor lay quiet beneath a sky filled with fading stars. Small waves tapped gently against the wooden hulls of waiting ships. The cool air carried the scent of salt and damp rope. A few lanterns still glowed along the waterfront, their light reflected softly on the dark water. For a brief moment, everything felt calm. Then the crew arrived. One by one, the sailors climbed aboard. Some checked the ropes. Others folded the last of the sails. A few inspected the cargo resting deep inside the ship. Soon the harbor would disappear behind them. Ahead lay open water. For the sailors of the Roman Empire, every journey began with hope. No one could promise that it would end the same way. Rome was not connected only by roads, it was also connected by the sea. The Mediterranean became the empire's greatest highway. A merchant ship could often carry far more cargo than a long line of wagons. Grain, wine, olive oil, marble, timber, pottery and cloth crossed the water every day. Without these voyages, many Roman cities could not have survived. Yet every successful journey depended on ordinary sailors whose names history rarely remembered.
Most merchant ships left the harbor soon after sunrise. The crew worked together with quiet efficiency. Heavy ropes were untied. Wooden oars pushed the vessel away from the dock. When the wind became favorable, the great square sail was raised. The canvas filled with air. Slowly, the ship turned toward the open sea. Unlike modern captains, Roman sailors had no engines, no radar, no satellite navigation. Their greatest guide was experience. They studied the wind, they watched the waves. At night, they looked to the stars.
Generations of careful observation had taught them how to find their way across familiar waters. Even so, every voyage carried uncertainty. The sea could change without warning. A clear morning sometimes gave way to dark clouds by afternoon. Strong winds could tear sails apart. High waves tossed heavy ships from side to side. Cargo shifted below deck. Ropes snapped under great strain. Many sailors feared storms more than anything else. Once a ship reached open water, there were few places to hide. The crew had only their skill and determination. Life aboard a merchant ship demanded constant work. The sail needed adjustment whenever the wind changed. Water collecting inside the hull had to be removed. Food and drinking water were carefully rationed. The cargo required regular inspection. A damaged jar of olive oil or wine could leak into nearby goods, ruining part of the shipment.
The days followed a steady rhythm. Work, eat, repair, watch the horizon, sleep for a few hours, then begin again. Space aboard the ship was limited. Most sailors slept wherever they found room. A folded sail, a pile of rope, a quiet corner near the cargo. Comfort was a rare luxury. Even during calm weather, the constant movement of the ship made proper rest difficult. Fresh water was one of the crew's greatest concerns. Each voyage carried only a limited supply. Every sailor understood the importance of using it carefully. Waste could become dangerous long before land appeared again. Although piracy declined during much of Rome's strongest years, it never disappeared completely. Merchant crews remained alert while traveling through isolated waters. Many ships carried a few guards or simple weapons, but they were no match for determined pirates. Avoiding danger often depended on careful planning and choosing safer routes whenever possible. Not every sailor was a free man. Some worked for wages. Others served wealthy merchants under long contracts. Enslaved workers also joined many crews, performing the hardest physical tasks aboard ship. Regardless of status, everyone shared the same risks once the coastline disappeared behind them. The sea treated all people equally. When storms arrived, rank mattered very little.
Successful voyages brought great rewards to the empire. Grain reached crowded cities. Wine filled market stalls. Fine marble arrived for new temples. Rare spices and luxury goods found eager buyers. The sailors themselves usually received only modest pay. The merchants earned the greatest profits. Still, the crew prepared for the next voyage. Another cargo always waited. Today, archaeologists continue to discover Roman shipwrecks resting beneath the Mediterranean. Many still contain their original cargo. Clay jars remain stacked exactly as they were loaded nearly 2,000 years ago. Wooden tools, ropes, cooking pots, even personal belongings left behind by the crew. These underwater discoveries offer rare glimpses into the daily lives of forgotten sailors. They remind us that history often rests quietly beneath the waves, waiting to be found. Standing on the shore today, it is easy to admire the beauty of the sea. The water looks peaceful. The breeze feels gentle. Yet every successful Roman voyage required courage, patience, and remarkable skill. Behind every cargo reaching the harbor stood a crew willing to trust both the wind and one another. Perhaps that is the quiet lesson left by Rome's sailors. They spent much of their lives traveling between distant lands. Yet they rarely stayed long enough to enjoy the places they helped connect. Their work brought the empire together. Their own stories slowly drifted away like waves upon the sea. As another ship disappeared beyond the horizon, our journey returned once more to the busy ports.
There, after every successful voyage, mountains of grain, wine, oil, and valuable goods filled enormous buildings that protected Rome's wealth from weather and time.
Morning arrived quietly over the busy port. Ships had finished unloading through the night. Wagons rolled away from the docks, their wooden wheels leaving faint marks in the dusty roads. Each wagon carried something valuable: sacks of grain, clay jars filled with olive oil, barrels of wine, bundles of cloth, boxes of glass. Every load had one destination before reaching the markets: the warehouse. From the outside, these buildings appeared simple: thick stone walls, heavy wooden doors, small windows placed high above the ground. They lacked the beauty of temples and the grandeur of palaces. Few visitors stopped to admire them. Yet hidden inside these plain buildings rested the supplies that kept the Roman Empire alive. Watching over them were another group of forgotten workers: the warehouse laborers. Their work rarely attracted attention. Nothing they did appeared dramatic. There were no battles to win, no monuments to build, no ships to sail. Instead, they spent each day making sure that every shipment reached the right place, stayed in good condition, and remained ready for the moment it was needed. It was careful work, quiet work, but it mattered deeply. The first wagons often arrived soon after sunrise.
Teams of workers opened the large wooden doors and prepared to receive the day's deliveries. Nothing entered the warehouse without inspection. Grain sacks were checked for damage. Broken seams could allow moisture, insects, or rats to ruin valuable supplies. Large clay jars, known as amphorae, were examined for cracks. A single damaged jar might leak wine or olive oil onto the floor, spoiling nearby goods. Even small mistakes could become costly. Once approved, every item had to be moved inside. Some warehouses stretched for great distances, with long rows of storage rooms separated by thick walls. Workers carried heavy loads across worn stone floors. Grain filled towering storage bins. Oil jars stood upright in neat lines. Wine rested in cool corners away from direct sunlight. Everything had its proper place. Order was essential. Without careful organization, finding one shipment among thousands could become almost impossible. Many laborers developed an excellent memory. They knew exactly where each merchant's goods had been placed. They remembered which grain arrived first and should leave first. They understood which products required dry air and which needed cooler spaces. Their knowledge kept trade flowing smoothly. The work demanded more than strength. It required patience and attention. Every day brought new deliveries. Every day brought new records. Roman officials and merchants relied on written tablets to track valuable cargo. Clerks recorded quantities and ownership. Warehouse workers matched those records with the goods before them. Although many laborers could not read or write, they learned to recognize marks, symbols, and storage patterns that helped prevent costly mistakes. The warehouses themselves were carefully designed. Thick stone walls helped keep the inside cool during the hot Mediterranean summer. Raised floors allowed air to circulate beneath stored grain, reducing the risk of dampness. Small openings near the roof improved ventilation. Roman builders understood that protecting food required more than simply placing it under a roof. Nature was always waiting for an opportunity. Rats searched for grain.
Moisture encouraged mold. Insects found tiny openings in storage sacks. Warehouse workers fought these problems every day. They cleaned the floors. They repaired damaged containers. They inspected supplies regularly.
Their success often depended on noticing small changes before they became large ones. Many warehouses belonged to the government. Others served wealthy merchants or private trading companies. The largest ports, including those supplying the city of Rome, stored enormous quantities of grain imported from Egypt and North Africa. These reserves acted almost like an insurance policy. If storms delayed future ships, the city could continue feeding its people from stored supplies. Without these carefully managed warehouses, even a short interruption in trade could have caused hunger across the capital. The labor itself remained demanding. Heavy sacks strained tired shoulders. Large amphorae required 2 or more people to lift safely. Dust filled the air as grain was moved from one container to another. Summer heat settled beneath the roof despite the thick stone walls. Yet the workers continued steadily, knowing that every correctly stored shipment helped sustain thousands of lives. Few people thanked them. Shoppers praised the quality of the grain at the market. Merchants celebrated successful sales. Officials proudly announced full granaries. The quiet workers arranging supplies inside the warehouses remained almost invisible. History followed the same pattern. Ancient writers described great ports and thriving trade. They listed valuable imports arriving from distant provinces. Almost none paused to describe the ordinary men carrying those goods through the warehouse doors. Yet every successful trade depended on them.
Today, archaeologists have uncovered remarkable Roman warehouses in ports across the Mediterranean. Rows of storage rooms still stand. Stone floors bear the marks left by countless footsteps and heavy cargo. Broken amphorae remain scattered beneath the soil. Looking at these silent buildings today, it is easy to forget how busy they once were. The voices of workers, the scrape of wooden crates, the careful counting of supplies, the steady rhythm of another ordinary day. Perhaps that is the quiet lesson left by Rome's warehouse laborers. Not every great achievement happens in public view. Some of history's most important work takes place behind thick walls, where patience, order, and quiet dedication protect the future, one shipment at a time. As evening settled over the warehouses and the final doors were locked for the night, another group of laborers stepped into the busy streets. Their work did not wait inside large buildings. Instead, they carried heavy loads through crowded markets, narrow alleys, and noisy public squares.
The city was only beginning to wake. A warm glow spread across the rooftops. Shopkeepers unlocked their doors. The smell of fresh bread drifted from nearby bakeries. One by one, market stalls opened for another busy day. Soon the narrow streets filled with people. Merchants called out to passing customers. Children hurried beside their parents. Travelers searched for food and a place to rest. From a distance, the marketplace seemed to come alive almost by magic. But before any customer bought a loaf of bread, before a cloth merchant displayed fine linen, before a fruit seller arranged fresh figs on a wooden table, someone had carried every single item there. Those workers were the market porters. They owned no shops. They sold no goods. Most people barely noticed them. Yet they were among the hardest working people in every Roman town. The marketplace depended on their strength. Before sunrise, many porters gathered near the city gates or the busy warehouses close to the harbor.
They waited quietly as wagons arrived from farms, ports, and nearby villages. The loads varied every day. Heavy sacks of grain, large baskets of vegetables, clay jars filled with olive oil or wine, bundles of cloth, fresh fish packed with salt, even cages holding live chickens or ducks. Everything had to reach the correct stall before the crowds arrived. Most porters carried their loads by hand. Some balanced baskets across their shoulders using long wooden poles. Others lifted heavy sacks onto their backs with the help of a partner. A few pushed simple hand carts where the streets allowed.
There were no forklifts, no delivery trucks, only steady feet and determined hands. The streets of Rome made the work even harder. Many roads were narrow and uneven. Stone steps connected different levels of the city. Sharp corners forced workers to move carefully around pedestrians, animals, and other wagons. A single stumble could break an expensive jar or ruin an entire basket of fruit. Experience mattered. A skilled porter learned how to balance weight without wasting energy. He knew the quickest routes through crowded neighborhoods. He understood which streets became blocked during the busiest hours. Every trip demanded planning as well as strength. Some loads required special care. Amphora filled with wine or olive oil could crack if handled roughly. Fresh eggs had to remain steady. Delicate pottery demanded slow and careful movement. A porter who earned a reputation for damaging cargo soon found himself without work. Trust became one of his greatest tools. Many merchants hired the same workers again and again because they knew the goods would arrive safely. The work rarely stopped. Once one delivery was complete, another already waited. A basket of bread to the western market, a shipment of cloth to a nearby shop, a barrel of salted fish to an inn. Back and forth they walked, hour after hour. By midday, tired shoulders burned beneath the weight of countless journeys.
Summer brought another challenge. The stone streets reflected the heat of the afternoon sun. Dust clung to sweaty skin. Water became precious. Even so, the work continued until the final deliveries reached their destination. Many porters earned only enough money to support themselves for a single day. If illness or injury prevented them from working, income disappeared immediately. No paid holidays, no insurance, no guarantee of tomorrow's wages. Each morning brought another search for work. Some belonged to small labor groups that shared jobs and helped one another during difficult times. Others worked entirely alone. Despite the hardship, the marketplace could not function without them. Imagine a Roman market for just one day without porters. The baker would receive no flour, the butcher would have no meat, the fruit seller would stand beside empty baskets, the wine merchant would wait for jars that never arrived. Within hours, the heart of the city would begin to slow. Their work connected every other profession. Today, archaeologists have uncovered worn paving stones across many Roman cities. Deep grooves left by wagon wheels still cross ancient streets. Storefronts remain where merchants once welcomed customers. Although no monuments honor the porters themselves, the very roads beneath our feet preserve silent evidence of their daily journeys. Each worn stone tells a quiet story.
Someone walked here carrying a heavy load. Someone hurried through this alley before sunrise. Someone helped another family earn a living. History rarely remembers those footsteps, yet they happened every single day. Perhaps that is the lasting lesson of Rome's market porters. They carried far more than goods. They carried the ordinary routines that allowed an extraordinary civilization to function. No crowd applauded them. No emperor thanked them.
Still, every morning they returned, lifting another burden onto tired shoulders and disappearing once again into the busy streets. As the marketplace slowly emptied and evening shadows stretched across the city, another group of forgotten workers prepared for a different kind of labor. Their work took place not in the crowded streets, but beneath towering arches that carried fresh water across valleys and hills. Thanks to their constant care, clean water reached fountains, bathhouses, and homes throughout the Roman world.
The city still rested beneath the pale light of early morning. A cool breeze drifted through the empty streets. At the public fountains, the first drops of fresh water flowed into wide stone basins. Soon people would arrive with clay jars. Children would laugh beside the water. Travelers would wash away the dust of the road. Bathhouses would welcome their first visitors. For most Romans, clean water felt like a simple part of daily life. It arrived every day. It rarely failed. Few paused to ask how it reached the city. The answer stretched far beyond the rooftops. Across valleys, hills, and open countryside stood one of Rome's greatest engineering achievements, the aqueduct. These remarkable channels carried fresh water from distant springs, sometimes many miles away. They crossed rivers on graceful stone arches. They disappeared into tunnels cut through solid rock. They followed a gentle slope, so carefully measured that the water flowed only by the force of gravity. Even today, many people admire the beauty of Roman aqueducts. Yet behind every flowing fountain stood another group of forgotten workers, the men who cared for them. Building an aqueduct was an extraordinary achievement. Keeping it working year after year was an entirely different challenge. Water never stopped moving. Neither did nature. Leaves drifted into open channels. Mud gathered after heavy rain. Plant roots slowly pushed between stone blocks. Small cracks appeared with time. If nobody repaired these problems, the water would eventually slow, leak away, or stop completely.
That responsibility belonged to the maintenance crews. Their work often began at first light. Carrying simple tools, they walked long stretches of the water channel. Some sections crossed high bridges, others disappeared into dark tunnels beneath hills. Every part required careful inspection. A single blockage could reduce the water reaching an entire town. The workers watched closely for signs of trouble. A small leak in the stone, a broken channel, loose mortar, fallen branches. Nothing was too small to notice. Many repairs demanded remarkable courage. Some aqueduct bridges stood many meters above the ground. Workers climbed narrow ledges while carrying buckets of mortar and heavy stone tools. There were no modern safety harnesses, only careful footsteps and steady hands. One mistake could prove fatal. Inside underground tunnels, the work became even more difficult. The air felt cool and damp. Light came only from small oil lamps. The narrow passages echoed with every footstep. Workers scraped away mud, removed fallen rocks, cleared mineral deposits that slowly built up along the channel walls. These hard white layers formed naturally as water flowed over many years. If left untouched, they gradually reduced the amount of water passing through the aqueduct. Cleaning them demanded patience rather than speed. Every section had to remain smooth enough for the water to flow freely once again. The crews also cared for settling tanks placed along many aqueducts. These stone basins allowed sand and small stones to sink before the water continued toward the city. Without regular cleaning, the tanks filled with sediment and lost their purpose. The work was dirty, slow, often unnoticed.
yet it protected the quality of the water used by thousands of people. Many maintenance workers served under local officials responsible for the public water system.
Others worked as skilled laborers, employed whenever repairs became necessary. Some had learned their trade from older workers who understood every bend and bridge of the aqueduct. Their knowledge passed quietly from one generation to the next. No written guide could replace years of experience. The importance of their work reached every corner of Roman life. Fresh water supplied public baths, where citizens gathered each day. It filled fountains that provided drinking water. It reached workshops where craftsmen depended on a reliable supply. Gardens flourished because the channels continued flowing. Even the city's sewers worked more effectively thanks to the constant movement of clean water. If an aqueduct failed, the entire city felt the consequences. Despite this, few people ever noticed the workers walking high above the valleys or deep inside narrow tunnels. People admired the fountains. They praised the engineers who designed the aqueducts. The laborers who kept them alive remained almost invisible. Today, many Roman aqueducts still stand after nearly 2,000 years. Some continue to carry water even now. Archaeologists have found repair marks, replacement stones, and maintenance shafts that reveal just how often these structures required care. Looking at those ancient arches today, it is easy to admire their beauty. It is harder to imagine the ordinary workers climbing them year after year with simple tools and quiet determination. Every clear stream flowing into a Roman fountain, every bath filled with fresh water, every family carrying home a full clay jar, depended not only on brilliant engineering, but also on the steady hands of people willing to maintain it.
Perhaps that is the gentle lesson left by Rome's aqueduct workers. Great achievements do not endure through construction alone. They survive because ordinary people care for them, one careful repair at a time. As the evening sun painted the stone arches with warm golden light, the maintenance crews gathered their tools and began the long walk home. Far beyond the city walls, another group of forgotten laborers prepared for tomorrow's work. Their hands would shape wet earth into something every Roman family used each day.
Morning came gently to the edge of the town. The streets were still quiet. A thin layer of mist rested over the nearby fields. Not far from the houses, a small workshop stood beside a patch of rich clay. Its walls were plain. Its roof was simple. No grand columns marked the entrance. No crowd gathered outside. Yet inside this humble place, one of the oldest crafts in human history was already at work. A potter dipped his hands into cool water. He picked up a lump of soft clay and placed it at the center of a spinning wheel. With calm, steady movements, the shapeless mass began to rise. A bowl appeared, then a jar, then another. To anyone watching, it almost looked like magic. But there was no magic here, only years of practice, only patient hands. The Roman Empire depended on clay far more than many people realize. Nearly every home owned pottery. Families cooked meals in clay pots. They carried water in clay jars. They stored grain in large containers. Oil lamps lit dark rooms each evening. Wine traveled across the sea inside tall clay amphorae. Even the poorest household usually owned a few simple pieces of pottery. Before glass became common and before metal containers were affordable for most people, clay served almost every part of daily life. Behind each vessel stood a forgotten potter. The work began far from the workshop.
Good clay could not be found everywhere.
Workers searched riverbanks and open fields for soil with the right texture. Too much sand made the clay weak. Too many stones ruined the finished piece. After digging the clay from the ground, they carried it back to the workshop in heavy baskets. There it was mixed with water and carefully cleaned. Small stones, roots, and other unwanted material had to be removed by hand. Only then was the clay ready to use. The potter's wheel became the heart of the workshop. As it turned beneath skilled hands, the clay slowly changed shape. The fingers guided every movement. A little more pressure made the walls thinner. A gentle lift made the vessel taller. One careless motion could collapse the entire piece. Many apprentices spent years learning to control the wheel before creating their first perfect pot. Experience mattered more than strength. Each item served a different purpose. Small bowls for family meals. Cooking pots strong enough to sit above a fire. Storage jars tall enough to hold grain through the winter. Elegant cups for wealthy homes. Large amphorae designed to carry wine, olive oil, or fish sauce across the Mediterranean. No two shapes were exactly alike. Every design reflected the needs of the people who would use it. Freshly shaped pottery could not go directly into the fire. It first needed time to dry. If placed inside the kiln too soon, trapped moisture might cause the clay to crack or even explode under intense heat. Rows of unfinished vessels stood quietly inside the workshop, waiting for the right moment.
The kiln was where soft clay became something lasting. Workers carefully stacked dozens of pots inside the large brick chamber. A wood fire burned beneath them for many hours. The temperature rose slowly, then even higher. The flames transformed the clay forever. When the firing ended and the kiln cooled, the once soft earth had become hard, durable pottery ready for daily life. But success was never guaranteed. A fire that grew too hot could ruin an entire batch. Uneven heat caused cracks. Sometimes beautiful pieces shattered before the kiln door even opened. Days of careful work could disappear in a single firing. The potters simply began again. Many workshops became family businesses. Parents taught children. Older craftsmen guided young apprentices. Skills passed quietly from one generation to the next, not through books but through patient observation. A child might spend years preparing clay or gathering firewood before ever touching the potter's wheel. The workshop followed a gentle rhythm. Prepare, shape, dry, fire, repeat. Season after season, year after year.
The finished pottery then traveled far beyond the town where it had been made. Merchant ships carried amphorae filled with wine from Italy to distant provinces. Olive oil from Spain crossed the sea inside carefully crafted jars. Roman pottery has been found across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Its wide distribution reminds us how deeply connected the empire had become. For archaeologists today, broken pottery is one of the greatest treasures. Unlike wood or cloth, fired clay survives for thousands of years. Even a small fragment can reveal where it was made, what it once contained, and how people lived. Many of the details historians know about everyday Roman life come not from grand statues or famous writings, but from ordinary pots buried beneath the soil. It is a quiet reminder that humble objects often preserve history better than magnificent monuments. The potters themselves rarely received recognition. Their names were seldom written down. Customers admired the finished jar. Merchants praised the valuable cargo inside it. Few remembered the quiet workshop where patient hands had first shaped the clay. Yet every Roman kitchen,
Every busy marketplace, every merchant ship crossing the sea held something created by a potter. Perhaps that is the lasting lesson of this ancient craft.
Great civilizations are not built only from marble and stone. They are also built from simple clay, shaped with care by ordinary people whose stories deserve to be remembered. As the final kiln cooled beneath the evening sky and newly fired vessels lined the workshop walls, another group of forgotten workers prepared for their own careful craft. Their hands would not shape clay. Instead, they would spin soft fibers into thread, creating the cloth that dressed an empire.
Morning light entered the small workshop through a narrow window. The room was quiet. Only a basket of freshly cleaned wool rested near the doorway. Outside, the town slowly came to life. Inside, another day of careful work was about to begin. A woman picked up a handful of soft wool. She gently pulled the fibers apart. Then, with slow and practiced hands, she began to twist them into a single strand. Beside her, a simple spindle turned without hurry. Round and round it moved. With every turn, loose fibers became strong thread. It was calm work, patient work. The kind of work that asked for steady hands rather than great strength. Few people noticed it, yet almost every piece of clothing worn across the Roman Empire began in a room much like this. When people imagine ancient Rome, they often picture flowing white togas worn by senators or fine robes displayed during public ceremonies. Those garments did not appear on their own.
Long before a weaver touched the loom, long before a tailor shaped the cloth, someone first had to create the thread. That task belonged to the wool spinners. Their work formed the beginning of nearly every Roman garment. The journey started far from the workshop. Shepherds cared for flocks throughout the year. When the weather turned warm, the sheep were carefully shorn. Fresh fleece covered with dirt, bits of grass and natural oils arrived at the spinner's home. Before it could become thread, the wool needed careful cleaning. Workers washed the fleece with water to remove dust and dirt. After drying, they gently pulled the fibers apart using simple combs. This process made the wool soft and even. Only then was it ready for spinning. The main tool was wonderfully simple, a wooden spindle. At its lower end rested a small round weight called a spindle whorl. That extra weight helped the spindle turn smoothly. The spinner twisted a few loose fibers between her fingers.
Then she gave the spindle a gentle spin. As it turned, more fibers joined the growing thread. The movement looked almost effortless. In reality, it demanded remarkable skill. If the thread became too thin, it could break. If it remained too thick, the finished cloth would feel rough and uneven. Every few moments, the spinner stopped to wind the finished thread around the spindle before beginning again. The work continued hour after hour. There was no great noise, no heavy machinery, only the quiet rhythm of turning wood and careful hands. Unlike many physically demanding jobs we have visited, spinning relied on patience rather than power. Yet it required just as much dedication. A single garment might need thousands of meters of thread. Creating that thread by hand could take many days. Some spinning happened inside family homes. Women often worked while watching children, preparing meals, or talking with relatives.
Other spinning took place in larger workshops, supplying cloth for merchants and wealthy households. Enslaved workers also performed much of this labor on large estates. Regardless of where it happened, the task remained much the same. Twist, spin, wind, begin again. Season after season, year after year.
Not all threads served the same purpose. Fine wool became soft clothing for wealthy families. Coarser thread produced warm blankets, work tunics, and sturdy cloaks for soldiers and travelers. Different sheep produced different kinds of wool. Experienced spinners quickly learned which fleece matched each task. Nothing was wasted. Even shorter fibers found useful purposes. Some became stuffing for cushions. Others were woven into rough fabrics used around farms and workshops. Every part of the fleece held value. The finished thread traveled to another group of workers, the weavers. There, hundreds of carefully spun strands stretched across large wooden looms. Slowly, cloth began to appear. Without strong thread, however, even the finest loom remained useless. The spinner's quiet labor supported every stage that followed. Today, archaeologists have uncovered countless spindle whorls across former Roman settlements. Made from clay, stone, bone, or wood, these small objects are among the most common tools found during excavations. Their simplicity tells an important story. Nearly every community needed spinning. Nearly every household depended upon it. Though small, the spindle helped clothe an entire civilization. Ancient writers rarely praised the spinner. Her work happened behind the walls of ordinary homes. It attracted little attention. Yet every warm cloak protecting a traveler, every soldier's tunic, every child's blanket, every elegant garment worn at a banquet began with a few loose fibers, gently twisted into thread by patient hands. Perhaps that is the quiet lesson left by Rome's wool spinners. Some of history's greatest contributions begin so quietly that almost nobody notices them.
One careful twist, one gentle turn, one simple thread, repeated thousands of times until an empire is clothed. As evening settled over the workshop and the final spindle came to rest, bundles of fresh thread were gathered for the next stage of their journey. Across the town, another group of forgotten craftsmen was already preparing their wooden looms. There, thread would become fabric, and fabric would become clothing for millions of Romans.
The morning began with a quiet, steady sound. Click. Pull. Tap. Then again. Click. Pull. Tap. Inside a simple workshop, sunlight slipped through a small window and rested across a large wooden loom. Bundles of wool thread hung neatly from the walls. The room carried the faint scent of clean wool and fresh timber. No loud voices filled the air, only the calm rhythm of wood and thread moving together. For the weaver, that gentle rhythm would continue from dawn until evening. Outside, people hurried through busy streets. Merchants opened their shops. Builders raised new walls. Farmers worked in distant fields. Inside the workshop, another kind of labor quietly shaped everyday life.
Nearly every Roman citizen wore cloth created on a loom much like this one. The fabric for tunics, the heavy cloaks that kept travelers warm, simple blankets spread across wooden beds, even the fine garments worn by wealthy families, all began with thousands of carefully woven threads. Yet few people ever thought about the workers behind the loom. Before weaving could begin, the loom itself needed careful preparation. This task often took longer than the weaving. Long strands of thread, called the warp, were stretched tightly from the top of the wooden frame to the bottom. Each strand had to remain straight.
Each one needed the same amount of tension. If even a few threads became loose, the finished cloth might twist or wrinkle. Preparing the loom demanded patience long before the first row of fabric appeared. Once everything was ready, the weft traveled across the stretched warp, back and forth, again and again. After each pass, the thread was gently pressed into place using a wooden tool called a beater. Slowly, almost quietly, the cloth began to grow. One row, then another, then hundreds more. From a distance, the movements appeared simple. Up, across, press, repeat. But every motion required careful attention. The pattern had to remain even. The edges needed to stay straight. A single broken thread could interrupt hours of progress. When that happened, the weaver patiently stopped, repaired the damage, and continued without complaint. Many Roman looms stood upright rather than flat. Small clay weights hung from the lower ends of the warp threads, keeping them tight throughout the day. Archaeologists have discovered thousands of these loom weights across the former Roman world. Although they seem ordinary today, they once formed the quiet heartbeat of countless workshops and homes.
Different fabrics demanded different techniques. A coarse weave produced strong cloth for work tunics, sacks, and blankets. A finer weave created smooth garments worn by wealthier citizens. Some cloth later received bright colors from skilled dyers. Others remained their natural shades of cream, brown, or gray. Every piece began in exactly the same way, one thread crossing another. The work could continue for many hours without interruption. Unlike the excitement of the harbor or the noise of the marketplace, weaving rewarded calm concentration. Many weavers worked inside family homes. Others belonged to larger workshops supplying merchants across the empire. Women performed much of the weaving, though men also worked in commercial textile production. Enslaved workers produced large quantities of cloth on wealthy estates, while free craftsmen earned their living through years of experience. No matter who stood at the loom, the rhythm remained unchanged. Back and forth. Press. Lift. Repeat. Day after day. A single large piece of cloth might require many days to complete. Once finished, it continued its journey. Tailors shaped it into clothing. Merchants carried it to distant markets. Travelers wrapped themselves in warm clothes made from it. Soldiers marched across mountains wearing sturdy wool tunics woven by hands they would never meet. The weavers themselves rarely enjoyed luxury. Their names almost never appeared in official records. Customers admired soft fabric. Merchants praised fine workmanship. History remembered expensive garments. The workers behind the loom quietly faded from memory. Today, archaeologists uncover loom weights, spindle walls, weaving tools, and fragments of Roman textiles preserved in unusually dry places. These discoveries remind us that clothing was never simply bought. It was created through countless careful movements repeated over many days. Every thread tells part of that forgotten story. Perhaps that is why weaving has often become a symbol of patience throughout history. No single movement seems important. No single thread changes much on its own. Yet together, thousands of small actions create something useful, beautiful, and lasting. The Roman Empire wore more than cloth. It wore the quiet dedication of people willing to repeat the same careful task until the work was done. Every warm cloak protecting a traveler from winter winds. Every simple tunic worn by a farmer beneath the summer sun. Every blanket spread across a sleeping child, passed through the patient hands of a weaver before reaching its final home. As daylight slowly faded and the loom finally grew still, folded rolls of fresh fabric were carried toward another workshop nearby. There, sharp blades, strong needles, and skilled hands waited to give each piece of cloth its final shape. The first light of morning reached the workshop just as the front door opened. A cool breeze slipped inside. Folded rolls of fresh cloth rested neatly on a long wooden table. Beside them lay a pair of iron shears, a bundle of thread, a handful of bronze needles, and a small piece of woofy chalk used for marking fabric. The room was quiet. Soon that silence would give way to the gentle sound of cloth being cut and needles passing through wool. No smoke filled the air. No heavy stones turned. No great hammers rang across the room. The tailor's craft asked for something different. A careful eye, a steady hand, and endless patience. By the time cloth reached this workshop, it had already traveled a long road. Shepherds had cared for the sheep. Wool spinners had made the thread. Weavers had turned that thread into fabric. Now another forgotten worker prepared to give it its final purpose. A simple piece of cloth could warm no one until it became clothing. That quiet transformation belonged to the tailor. Every Roman, from the poorest laborer to the wealthiest senator, needed clothing.
Most people owned only a few garments. Because fabric required so much work to produce, nothing was wasted. A well-made tunic might serve for many years. When it became worn, it was repaired. When it grew too small for a child, it often passed to a younger brother or sister. Even badly damaged clothing could be cut apart and reused for patches or household cloths. The tailor understood that every piece of fabric held value. The day's work usually began with careful measurements. Unlike modern shops, Roman tailors rarely followed printed patterns. Experience guided every cut. The tailor studied the cloth. He imagined the finished garment before lifting the shears. One careless cut could ruin hours of weaving and spinning. There was no easy way to replace expensive fabric. Once the cloth had been marked, the cutting began. The heavy iron blades moved slowly through the wool. Long, smooth cuts produced the main pieces. Smaller cuts shaped sleeves, neck openings, and hems. The workshop remained calm. Every movement carried purpose. Next came the sewing. Bronze or iron needles threaded with strong wool or linen passed through the fabric again and again. Each stitch joined two separate pieces into one garment. The work demanded excellent eyesight. Even rows of tiny stitches created stronger seams that lasted for years. A skilled tailor took pride in making those seams almost disappear. Different people required different clothing. Farmers needed strong tunics that allowed easy movement. Soldiers wore garments that fit comfortably beneath armor. Travelers wanted heavy cloaks for cold nights. Merchants often preferred cleaner, finer clothing that reflected their success. Children quickly outgrew their garments, bringing regular work to many workshops. Wealthy families sometimes ordered decorative borders or colorful trims woven into their clothing. Even so, Roman fashion remained practical compared with many later periods. Comfort and durability often mattered more than decoration. The tailor also became the repairer. A torn sleeve, a loose seam, a worn hem. Many customers brought old clothing back for careful mending rather than buying something new. The tailor quietly extended the life of garments that families depended upon. His work saved money and reduced waste. It was an early form of careful craftsmanship that valued repair over replacement. Some tailors worked alone in small shops. Others belonged to larger workshops, serving wealthy households or military camps.
Enslaved craftsmen often produced clothing on large estates, while free artisans earned their living through years of experience and a good reputation. Trust mattered greatly. Customers returned to tailors whose work lasted. A well-sewn garment spoke for itself. The workshop itself remained peaceful compared with many other trades. No loud machinery interrupted the day. The gentle sound of scissors, the pull of thread, the soft scrape of cloth across the table. These simple sounds filled the room from sunrise until evening. Today, archaeologists have uncovered Roman sewing needles, bronze scissors, measuring tools, and even fragments of ancient clothing preserved in unusually dry or frozen places. These discoveries reveal remarkable skill. Many seams remain neat even after nearly 2,000 years. The craftsmanship still speaks for the people who created it. History rarely remembers the tailor. It celebrates the emperor wearing fine robes. It describes the rich merchant dressed for a banquet. It praises the victorious general wrapped in an elegant cloak. Yet someone made those garments. Someone measured the cloth. Someone stitched every seam by hand. Their names have almost vanished. Their work has not. Every traveler protected from winter winds. Every child wrapped in a warm tunic. Every soldier marching beneath the Roman banner carried a small part of a tailor's quiet skill. Perhaps that is the gentle lesson left by these forgotten craftsmen. The finest work is not always the work that attracts attention. Sometimes it is the work that fits so perfectly into daily life that people forget it was ever created by human hands. As the final stitch was tied and another finished garment was folded onto the wooden shelf, the workshop slowly grew quiet once more. Outside, the city prepared for another evening. Far beyond the marketplace, smoke already rose from a different kind of workshop. There, intense heat transformed glowing metal into the nails, tools, and fittings that supported nearly every Roman trade.
Before the sun climbed above the rooftops, a warm orange glow already filled the workshop. The fire had been burning since the early hours of the morning. Its gentle light danced across stone walls darkened by years of smoke.
A pair of iron tongs rested beside the forge. Heavy hammers waited on a thick wooden block. Nearby, finished tools lay in neat rows, ready to begin another life in the hands of farmers, builders, and craftsmen. The blacksmith arrived without hurry. He placed fresh charcoal onto the fire. With each pull of the bellows, the flames grew brighter. The quiet room slowly filled with warmth. Soon, another day of shaping iron would begin. The Roman Empire could not have grown without stone. It could not have expanded without roads. It could not have fed its cities without fertile farms. Yet behind all of those achievements stood one simple material: iron. And behind nearly every piece of Roman ironwork stood the blacksmith. His workshop rarely stood in the center of attention. People admired finished buildings. They praised strong bridges. They celebrated victorious armies. Few stopped to think about the countless tools that made those accomplishments possible. Every hammer, every nail, every hinge, every plow, every chisel, every horseshoe.
Every one had passed through the hands of a blacksmith. The work began with raw iron brought from furnaces where charcoal makers and metal workers had already completed the first stages of production. The iron itself was hard, cold, unwilling to change. Only intense heat could soften it enough to shape. The forge became the heart of the workshop. Charcoal burned deep inside a stone hearth. The blacksmith worked the bellows with slow, steady movements, sending fresh air into the fire. Little by little, the flames became hot enough to make the iron glow. Dark gray turned to deep red, then bright orange. Finally, almost yellow. Only then was the metal ready. Using long iron tongs, the blacksmith lifted the glowing piece onto the anvil. The first hammer blow rang through the workshop. Clear, strong, measured, not wild, not hurried. Each strike had a purpose. The metal slowly changed beneath the repeated blows. A straight bar became a knife. A thick block became a chisel. A narrow strip curled into a sturdy hook. The work demanded strength, but strength alone was never enough. Timing mattered. If the iron cooled too quickly, it became difficult to shape. If it stayed in the fire too long, its quality could suffer. The blacksmith constantly moved between the forge and the anvil, heating, shaping, and reheating the metal until every detail felt right. The workshop carried its own rhythm, the soft breath of the bellows.
The ring of hammer against iron. The hiss of hot metal meeting water. These sounds filled the day from dawn until evening. Many customers arrived with broken tools rather than requests for new ones. A cracked plow blade, a damaged axe, a loose wagon wheel. Replacing such items often cost more than repairing them. The blacksmith carefully restored each tool, giving it many more years of useful life. His skill saved both time and valuable iron. Different people needed different work. Farmers ordered plows, sickles, and hoes. Builders needed chisels, nails, and clamps. Carpenters brought worn saws and drills. Leather workers asked for sharp knives. Even doctors depended on carefully crafted metal instruments. The blacksmith quietly served nearly every profession in Roman society. Military workshops also relied heavily on skilled smiths. While large state workshops often produced swords, spearheads, and armor for the legions, local blacksmiths frequently repaired damaged equipment. After long campaigns, bent helmets, broken buckles, and worn fittings all returned to the forge. Without constant repair, even the finest army would struggle to remain ready.
The heat inside the workshop could become overwhelming. Charcoal smoke drifted through the air. Tiny sparks leaped from the anvil with every hammer strike. The work left strong arms, rough hands, and clothing marked by soot and burn holes. Even so, many blacksmiths took quiet pride in their craft. Unlike some forgotten workers, they occasionally placed a small maker's mark upon special pieces. A simple sign. Nothing more.
A quiet reminder that skilled hands had shaped the finished tool. Today, archaeologists uncover Roman anvils, tongs, hammers, nails, locks, keys, knives, and countless other iron objects across the former empire. Many remain remarkably strong after nearly 2,000 years. Their survival speaks not only to the quality of Roman iron, but also to the remarkable ability of the craftsmen who shaped it. History often celebrates the great monuments built by Rome. Yet those monuments first required simple tools. Every stone block lifted into place. Every wagon carrying heavy cargo. Every field prepared for planting. Every wooden house held together by iron nails carried the quiet work of a blacksmith within it. Perhaps that is the lasting lesson left by the forge. True strength is rarely created in a single moment. It is formed through patience, through steady effort, through countless careful blows, each one shaping something stronger than before. As the forge slowly cooled and the final tool rested upon the workbench, evening settled across the town. Not far away, another workshop still glowed with a softer light. There, careful hands polished tiny pieces of bronze, silver, and gold into objects of remarkable beauty.
Morning arrived gently over the workshop. The streets outside were slowly filling with people. Merchants prepared their stalls. Builders gathered their tools. Far away, farmers were already working in their fields. Inside this small room, however, the pace was different. There were no heavy hammers striking great blocks of stone, no wagons rolling through crowded streets. Only the soft glow of a charcoal fire and the quiet concentration of skilled hands. On a sturdy wooden table rested tiny pieces of bronze, silver, and gold. Some would become rings. Others would become delicate brooches used to fasten a cloak. A few would be shaped into small oil lamps, decorated bowls, or finely crafted handles for furniture. Each piece began as little more than a plain piece of metal. By the end of the day, it might become something treasured for many years. The Roman Empire is often remembered for its great buildings and powerful armies. Yet everyday life also depended on smaller objects made with remarkable care. A simple bronze key, a silver cup, a polished mirror, a decorative buckle, a finely shaped spoon. These were not grand monuments. Still, they made daily life more comfortable, more practical, and sometimes more beautiful.
Behind every one stood a forgotten metal craftsman, Unlike the blacksmith, who shaped heavy iron with powerful blows, these craftsmen worked with lighter metals. Their tools were smaller, their movements gentler. Many jobs demanded excellent eyesight and remarkable patience. A single mistake could ruin hours of careful work. The day often began by heating small pieces of metal inside a charcoal furnace. Bronze, made from copper and tin, flowed more easily than iron. Silver and gold became soft under gentle heat. Once ready, the metal could be poured into carefully prepared molds. Some molds were carved from stone, others were made from packed clay. Each one gave the metal its first shape. After cooling, the real craftsmanship began. Tiny files smoothed rough edges. Small chisels carved fine patterns. Polishing stones brought a gentle shine to the surface. The work moved slowly, one careful step after another. Many craftsmen decorated their work with simple geometric designs, leaves, flowers, or images inspired by Roman myths. Some objects carried the figure of an eagle, others displayed vines, dolphins, or laurel branches. Even ordinary household items often received a touch of artistic care. Beauty belonged not only in palaces, it also appeared in the quiet corners of everyday homes. Jewelry demanded even greater precision. A ring had to fit comfortably. A clasp needed to open and close smoothly.
A delicate chain required dozens of tiny links, joined one by one. There were no magnifying glasses, no electric tools, only patient hands guided by years of experience. Some workshops specialized in silver tableware used by wealthy families. Others focused on bronze lamps, cooking utensils, or decorative fittings for doors and furniture. A few master craftsmen created luxury goods for governors and noble households. Most, however, spent their days making practical objects that ordinary people used every day. Many of these workshops became family businesses. Parents taught children how to shape metal safely. Young apprentices first learned to clean tools, prepare molds, and polish finished pieces. Only after years of observation were they trusted with more difficult work. Skill passed quietly from one generation to the next. The workshop remained peaceful. The gentle scrape of a file, the tap of a tiny hammer, the warm glow of the furnace. There was little noise compared with the forge of a blacksmith, yet the concentration required was just as great. Customers often judged a craftsman by the smallest details: a smooth handle, a neat pattern, a polished surface. Tiny imperfections could damage a workshop's reputation. Care became the craftsman's greatest tool. Today, archaeologists continue to uncover Roman rings, bracelets, keys, mirrors, lamps, spoons, buckles, and decorative fittings across the former empire. Many still shine after careful cleaning. Some pieces appear so well made that they could almost be used today. These discoveries remind us that Roman craftsmanship reached far beyond great monuments.
It also lived inside the smallest objects of daily life. History remembers the emperor who wore the ring. It remembers the wealthy family that owned the silver cup. Far less often does it remember the quiet worker who patiently shaped the metal with simple tools beside a small charcoal fire. Yet every polished surface, every carefully carved pattern, every gentle curve of bronze or silver began beneath the steady hands of an ordinary craftsman. Perhaps that is the quiet lesson left by these forgotten artists. Great beauty does not always appear on the largest stage. Sometimes it rests in the smallest details, created with patience by people whose names have faded, but whose work still survives. As the final piece cooled upon the workbench and the workshop door slowly closed for the evening, our journey moved beyond the busy town once more.
Across the open countryside, long lines of workers were gathering beneath the morning sky. In their hands were simple digging tools. Before another season could begin, the land itself had to be prepared.
The first light of dawn spread across the countryside. A cool mist rested over the fields. In the distance, a long stone road stretched toward the horizon. It climbed gentle hills. It crossed quiet valleys. It disappeared into forests before returning once again beneath the open sky. Soon, travelers would fill the road. Merchants guiding loaded wagons. Soldiers marching toward distant forts. Messengers carrying important news. Families beginning long journeys. To them, the road simply waited. Strong, smooth, reliable. Few ever wondered why. Behind every well-kept Roman road stood another group of forgotten workers. The men who repaired what time slowly tried to destroy. Rome became famous for its roads. More than 400,000 kilometers of roads connected the empire, with many thousands paved in stone. They linked distant provinces to busy cities. They carried trade across mountains and rivers. They allowed armies to move quickly when danger appeared. Even today, the phrase, "all roads lead to Rome," reminds us of this remarkable network. Yet roads were never finished. The moment a new road opened, nature began changing it. Rain washed away soil. Tree roots pushed beneath the stones. Heavy wagons loosened the surface. Winter frost created small cracks. Without constant care, even the finest road would slowly fall apart. That responsibility belonged to the road maintenance workers. Their day often began before sunrise. They walked long stretches of road carrying simple tools: iron picks, wooden shovels, stone hammers, baskets for loose gravel. Nothing looked impressive.
Yet those humble tools preserved one of the greatest engineering systems in history. The workers inspected every section carefully. Loose paving stones had to be lifted and reset. Deep ruts left by wagon wheels needed filling. Small cracks required repair before they became larger problems. Attention to detail mattered. A single damaged stone could break a wagon wheel or injure a horse. Drainage demanded just as much care as the road itself. Roman engineers understood that standing water destroyed even the strongest construction. Deep ditches ran beside many roads, carrying rainwater safely away. Leaves, mud, and fallen branches often blocked these channels. Maintenance crews cleared them by hand. It was dirty work, often wet, almost always overlooked. Yet proper drainage greatly extended the life of the road. Bridges required regular attention as well. Stone arches remained strong for centuries, but wooden railings, pathways, and approach roads needed frequent repairs. Workers replaced damaged timber, strengthened loose stones, removed debris carried downstream after storms. Travelers crossed safely because someone had quietly cared for the bridge long before they arrived. Some repairs demanded heavy labor. Large paving stones could weigh hundreds of kilograms. Teams worked together using wooden levers, ropes, and simple rollers. Without modern machinery, every movement depended on careful planning and steady teamwork. Progress came slowly, but it lasted. The work changed with the seasons.
As they walked their routes, they looked carefully for smoke rising where it should not. They watched for unattended fires. They listened for the crackling sound of burning timber carried through the still night air.
If they discovered danger early enough, nearby residents could be awakened before the fire grew beyond control. Some larger Roman cities, especially the capital, employed organized groups that combined the duties of firefighters and night patrols. They carried buckets, ropes, hooks, ladders, and simple pumps designed to move water. When alarms sounded, these teams hurried through the streets to contain the flames before entire neighborhoods were lost. Even with their efforts, fighting fire in the ancient world remained incredibly difficult. Water had to be carried by hand. Buildings stood close together. Strong winds often made the situation worse. The Watchmen's greatest success came when disaster was prevented rather than defeated. Their duties reached beyond fire. They watched over warehouses filled with valuable grain. They kept an eye on marketplaces after merchants had gone home. City gates required careful observation during the night. Travelers arriving late needed guidance. Suspicious activity demanded attention. Most nights passed quietly. A few did not.
The work itself demanded patience more than excitement. Many hours passed without incident. The watchmen continued walking. They checked familiar corners. They paused beside dark alleys. They greeted one another as their patrols crossed. Remaining alert through long hours of darkness required discipline. Fatigue became a constant companion. During cold winter nights, heavy cloaks offered little protection against the damp air. Rain soaked clothing. Strong winds dimmed lantern flames. Still, the patrol continued. Morning always seemed far away. Many watchmen worked in small teams. Companionship helped them remain awake and provided safety should trouble arise. A lone worker facing thieves or a growing fire stood little chance. Together, they could respond more quickly and summon help when needed. Their equipment remained simple: a lantern to light the way, a horn to raise the alarm, a sturdy staff for protection, sometimes little more. They relied far more on experience than on weapons. Knowing every street, every shortcut, and every hidden corner proved more valuable than carrying heavy armor.
History rarely remembers peaceful nights. Ancient writers described great fires because they were dramatic. They recorded crimes because they were unusual. The countless ordinary evenings when nothing happened because watchmen quietly did their work passed without notice. In many ways, that silence became the greatest measure of their success. Today, archaeologists studying Roman cities continue to uncover guard posts, watchtowers, and equipment linked to night patrols. Ancient laws also reveal how seriously city leaders treated fire prevention and public safety. These discoveries remind us that protecting a city required far more than strong walls. It demanded ordinary people willing to stay awake while everyone else slept. Perhaps that is the quiet lesson left by Rome's night watchmen. The best guardians are often the ones whose work goes unnoticed. When everything remains peaceful, when danger never arrives, when families wake safely to another morning, their success leaves almost no trace. Yet it is one of the greatest gifts they can offer. As the first light of dawn slowly pushed away the darkness, the watchmen completed another long patrol. The city began to stir once again. Merchants prepared for business. Children opened their doors. Fresh bread filled the morning air. Far beyond the crowded streets, another forgotten group was already hard at work. Their task was not to protect the city. It was to care for the animals that carried its burdens
every single day.
Summer brought heat that reflected from the pale stone surface. Winter rain turned nearby ground into deep mud. After violent storms, entire sections sometimes required rebuilding. Even then, the workers returned. Roads connected the empire. Allowing them to fail was never an option. Many maintenance crews worked under local officials responsible for public infrastructure. Others were hired for specific repairs. Soldiers occasionally joined large restoration projects, especially on important military roads. Even so, much of the routine care belonged to ordinary laborers whose names rarely appeared in official records. Their reward came quietly. A merchant reached the market on time. A doctor arrived before it was too late. A family completed a long journey in safety. Most never knew the people who had repaired the road only days earlier. Today, many Roman roads still survive. Some remain visible beneath modern highways. Others cross open countryside, much as they did nearly 2,000 years ago. Archaeologists continue to study their careful construction. Strong foundations, layers of gravel, large paving stones fitted with remarkable precision. Just as important are the signs of repeated repairs, replacement stones, fresh drainage channels, careful patches added over many generations. These details remind us that the roads endured not because they were perfect, but because people continued caring for them.
The sky was still covered with the soft colors of dawn. The city had only begun to wake. A rooster called somewhere beyond the rooftops. Cool morning air drifted through the open gate of a large stable. Inside, the day had already begun. A horse gently tapped its hoof against the ground. A mule shook its head, making the leather harness softly rattle. Several donkeys waited quietly beside long wooden feeding troughs. They knew the morning routine well. Soon they would leave the stable. Some would pull heavy wagons. Others would carry travelers across long roads. Many would transport grain, stone, timber, or water through the crowded streets. Before any of that could happen, another group of forgotten workers had important tasks to complete. The stable workers. Their names were rarely written into history. Yet without their quiet care, much of the Roman world would have slowed to a halt. In the ancient world, animals were engines. There were no trucks, no trains, no tractors.
The strength of horses, mules, oxen, and donkeys powered much of everyday life. They carried merchants across the empire. They hauled marble for temples. They delivered food to busy markets. They helped farmers prepare the land. Healthy animals meant a healthy economy. Keeping those animals healthy became the daily responsibility of stable workers. The morning always began with feeding. Each animal received food suited to its work. Horses often ate grain along with dry hay. Mules and donkeys could live on simpler feed, though they still required enough energy for long hours of labor. Fresh water came next. Workers carefully filled large wooden troughs, making sure every animal drank before the day's journey began. A thirsty animal tired quickly. The stable workers understood this through experience. Cleaning followed. Old straw bedding was removed. Fresh straw covered the stable floor. The air became cleaner. The animals rested more comfortably at night. Although this task was not pleasant, it helped prevent illness and made the stable safer for both animals and people. Next came grooming. Using simple brushes made from natural fibers, workers cleaned dust and dried mud from thick coats. Loose hair was removed. The animals appeared calmer after careful brushing. More importantly, grooming allowed workers to notice small cuts, swelling, or other signs of injury before they became serious. Special attention was given to the hooves. A horse with an injured hoof could not travel far. Small stones trapped beneath the hoof were carefully removed. Cracks received prompt attention. The workers knew that strong legs and healthy feet kept the empire moving. Harnesses also demanded regular care.
Leather straps became stiff if allowed to dry. Buckles loosened through daily use. Ropes slowly wore thin. Before every journey, the stable workers inspected each piece. A broken harness during a long trip could endanger both the animal and its driver. Simple maintenance prevented many accidents. Not every animal served the same purpose. Strong oxen pulled heavy farming equipment. Fast horses carried official messengers across great distances. Patient mules climbed narrow mountain roads where wagons could not travel. Small donkeys moved supplies through crowded city streets. Each animal required different care. Experienced stable workers quickly learned their habits, their strengths, and even their moods. Many could recognize a problem simply by watching an animal walk across the yard. Large cities often maintained public stables for government officials, military units, and messenger services. Private merchants owned others. Roadside inns also kept fresh horses ready for travelers willing to pay for a quicker journey. Every stable depended on workers who rarely received recognition beyond the walls where they labored. The work continued throughout the year. Summer brought heat, flies, and dusty roads. Winter brought cold rain and muddy ground. Animals became sick. Foals were born. Older horses grew weak with age. Every season demanded different kinds of care. Patience remained the stable worker's greatest skill. Today, archaeologists have uncovered Roman stables, feeding troughs, leather harnesses, iron bits, and grooming tools across the former empire. Horse bones reveal signs of long years spent pulling heavy loads. Deep grooves worn into ancient roads remind us how heavily these animals were used. Together, these discoveries tell a quiet story. Behind every successful journey stood not only a strong animal, but also someone who cared for it every single day. History remembers the general riding proudly into the city. It remembers the merchant arriving with valuable cargo. It remembers the messenger delivering important news. Far less often does it remember the worker who rose before dawn to feed, clean, and prepare the animal that made those journeys possible.
The strength of horses, mules, oxen, and donkeys powered much of everyday life. They carried merchants across the empire. They hauled marble for temples. They delivered food to busy markets. They helped farmers prepare the land. Healthy animals meant a healthy economy. Keeping those animals healthy became the daily responsibility of stable workers. The morning always began with feeding. Each animal received food suited to its work. Horses often ate grain along with dry hay. Mules and donkeys could live on simpler feed, though they still required enough energy for long hours of labor. Fresh water came next. Workers carefully filled large wooden troughs, making sure every animal drank before the day's journey began. A thirsty animal tired quickly. The stable workers understood this through experience. Cleaning followed. Old straw bedding was removed. Fresh straw covered the stable floor. The air became cleaner. The animals rested more comfortably at night. Although this task was not pleasant, it helped prevent illness and made the stable safer for both animals and people. Next came grooming. Using simple brushes made from natural fibers, workers cleaned dust and dried mud from thick coats. Loose hair was removed. The animals appeared calmer after careful brushing. More importantly, grooming allowed workers to notice small cuts, swelling, or other signs of injury before they became serious. Special attention was given to the hooves. A horse with an injured hoof could not travel far. Small stones trapped beneath the hoof were carefully removed. Cracks received prompt attention. The workers knew that strong legs and healthy feet kept the empire moving. Harnesses also demanded regular care.
Leather straps became stiff if allowed to dry. Buckles loosened through daily use. Ropes slowly wore thin. Before every journey, the stable workers inspected each piece. A broken harness during a long trip could endanger both the animal and its driver. Simple maintenance prevented many accidents. Not every animal served the same purpose. Strong oxen pulled heavy farming equipment. Fast horses carried official messengers across great distances. Patient mules climbed narrow mountain roads where wagons could not travel. Small donkeys moved supplies through crowded city streets. Each animal required different care. Experienced stable workers quickly learned their habits, their strengths, and even their moods. Many could recognize a problem simply by watching an animal walk across the yard. Large cities often maintained public stables for government officials, military units, and messenger services. Private merchants owned others. Roadside inns also kept fresh horses ready for travelers willing to pay for a quicker journey. Every stable depended on workers who rarely received recognition beyond the walls where they labored. The work continued throughout the year. Summer brought heat, flies, and dusty roads. Winter brought cold rain and muddy ground. Animals became sick. Foals were born. Older horses grew weak with age. Every season demanded different kinds of care. Patience remained the stable worker's greatest skill. Today, archaeologists have uncovered Roman stables, feeding troughs, leather harnesses, iron bits, and grooming tools across the former empire. Horse bones reveal signs of long years spent pulling heavy loads. Deep grooves worn into ancient roads remind us how heavily these animals were used. Together, these discoveries tell a quiet story. Behind every successful journey stood not only a strong animal, but also someone who cared for it every single day. History remembers the general riding proudly into the city. It remembers the merchant arriving with valuable cargo. It remembers the messenger delivering important news. Far less often does it remember the worker who rose before dawn to feed, clean, and prepare the animal that made those journeys possible.
Every wagon reaching the marketplace, every traveler arriving safely at an inn, every farmer returning home before sunset, depended upon quiet hands working inside an ordinary stable. Perhaps that is the gentle lesson left by Rome's stable workers. Great journeys rarely begin on the road itself. They begin long before sunrise, through patient care given to those who carry the weight of the world. As evening settled over the stable and the final lantern was hung beside the gate, the animals rested after another long day. Beyond the city walls, the fields waited beneath the fading light. There, another forgotten group was preparing the land that would feed the empire once again.
The first rays of sunlight touched the rolling hills beyond the town. A light mist floated above long rows of grapevines. Tiny drops of dew clung to each leaf, shining like small beads of glass. The air felt cool. The world was quiet. Only the gentle song of birds broke the silence. For a brief moment, the vineyard seemed completely at peace. Then the workers arrived. Carrying woven baskets and simple pruning knives, they walked slowly between the vines. Another season of careful work had begun. To many Romans, wine was part of everyday life. It appeared at family meals. It was served during celebrations. Travelers carried it on long journeys. Soldiers received it with their daily rations.
Even water was often mixed with wine before drinking. Across the empire, millions of cups were filled every single day. Yet very few people thought about the workers who made that possible. Wine did not begin inside a clay jar. It began here, among quiet rows of vines cared for by patient hands. Growing grapes demanded attention throughout the entire year. There was no single busy season followed by months of rest. Every stage mattered. Every month brought a different task. As winter faded, the first job was pruning. Workers carefully cut away old branches that no longer produced healthy fruit. At first glance, removing part of the plant seemed strange. Yet experienced vineyard workers understood that careful pruning helped the vine grow stronger during the coming season. Every cut had a purpose. When spring arrived, fresh green shoots appeared. The vines grew quickly beneath the warm Mediterranean sun. Workers tied young branches to wooden stakes, helping them grow in the right direction. Without support, the heavy vines could bend toward the ground, making the grapes harder to protect and harvest. As summer approached, another challenge appeared. Weeds competed for water. Insects searched for fruit. Birds gathered among the vines. The workers walked the rows every day, watching carefully for signs of trouble. Their greatest tools were not expensive equipment or powerful machines. They relied on observation, experience, and patience. The harvest became the busiest time of all. When the grapes reached the right balance of sweetness and freshness, every available hand joined the work. Families, hired laborers, and sometimes enslaved workers filled baskets from sunrise until evening. The grapes had to be picked at the proper moment. Too early, and the wine would taste sharp. Too late, and the fruit might spoil beneath the autumn rain. Once gathered, the grapes traveled to the pressing area. Large stone basins waited nearby. Workers crushed the fruit to release its rich juice. In many places, this was done by foot.
Men carefully stepped across the grapes inside shallow vats, moving slowly until the juice flowed freely. It was hard work, but it remained one of the simplest and most effective methods available. The fresh juice then filled large clay containers where fermentation quietly began. Tiny natural yeasts transformed sweet grape juice into wine over many weeks. The workers watched carefully. The temperature mattered. The containers needed protection from dirt and unwanted insects. Although ancient Romans did not fully understand the science behind fermentation, generations of experience taught them how to guide the process successfully. Not every vineyard produced expensive wine. Many supplied ordinary families with simple table wine meant for daily meals. Others belonged to wealthy estates known for producing finer varieties. Regardless of quality, every vineyard depended on careful work throughout the year. There were no shortcuts. Nature followed its own pace. The workers followed it with quiet dedication. Life in the vineyard was not easy. Summer heat covered the hills. Rain sometimes arrived at the worst possible moment. A poor harvest could reduce an entire year's income. Still, every new season offered another chance. The vines rested during winter. Then the cycle quietly began again. Today, archaeologists continue to uncover Roman vineyards, wine presses, storage jars, and pruning tools across Europe and the Mediterranean. Many ancient grape-growing regions still produce wine after nearly 2,000 years. The land has changed little.
The rhythm of the seasons remains almost the same. These discoveries remind us that behind every famous Roman banquet stood countless ordinary workers whose names have long disappeared. History remembers the noble raising a silver cup. It remembers the grand feast, It remembers the emperor offering a toast. Far less often does it remember the worker kneeling beneath the morning sun, gently tying a young vine so it could grow strong enough to bear fruit. Every cup shared among friends. Every traveler refreshed after a long journey. Every family gathered around the evening meal, carried the quiet labor of vineyard workers within it. Perhaps that is the lasting lesson left by these forgotten caretakers of the vine. The sweetest rewards often come from work that asks for patience, care, and the willingness to trust the passing of time. As the final baskets of grapes disappeared into the winepress and the hills slowly grew quiet once more, another forgotten group prepared for their own important task. Their work would not happen in vineyards or workshops. Instead, they would bring order to the crowded public spaces where people from every corner of the empire gathered each day.
The morning market was already alive. Warm bread filled the air with its familiar aroma. Fresh vegetables covered wooden stalls in bright shades of green. Clay jars of olive oil stood in careful rows. Fish merchants arranged their morning catch on beds of crushed ice and damp seaweed. The narrow streets echoed with quiet conversations, friendly bargaining, and the steady footsteps of hundreds of shoppers. To many Romans, the marketplace looked lively but ordinary. It was simply where daily life happened. Food was bought, cloth was sold, news traveled from one neighborhood to another. Yet beneath this busy scene stood a hidden layer of careful organization. Without it, the market could quickly become confusing, unfair, and even dangerous. Helping maintain that order were another group of forgotten workers, the market inspectors. They were not famous, they did not command armies, they built no monuments. Still, their work quietly shaped the daily lives of thousands of Roman citizens. Every morning, inspectors walked slowly through the market before the busiest crowds arrived. They greeted familiar merchants. They observed new arrivals. Most importantly, they watched. A successful market depended upon trust. Customers needed confidence that the grain they purchased matched its price, that the oil had not been watered down, that the scales used for weighing goods were honest. Without trust, trade became difficult. The inspectors helped protect that trust. One of their most important duties involved weights and measures. Roman merchants sold many goods by weight.
Small bronze weights rested beside simple balance scales. An inspector sometimes asked a merchant to demonstrate the scale. The official weights were carefully compared with those used during daily business. If the balance proved inaccurate, the merchant could be ordered to correct it. For honest traders, this inspection offered protection as well. It showed customers that fair business was being respected. Inspectors also paid attention to food. Grain had to remain dry. Fresh fruit needed proper handling. Fish spoiled quickly beneath the warm Mediterranean sun. Although ancient Rome did not understand modern food safety, experienced officials recognized obvious signs of poor quality. Removing spoiled goods helped reduce illness and protected public confidence in the marketplace. Cleanliness mattered too. Markets produced large amounts of waste each day: broken baskets, wilted leaves, animal remains, empty containers. Without regular attention, narrow streets could become unpleasant and unhealthy. Inspectors worked alongside cleaning crews, making sure merchants kept their selling areas reasonably tidy. Order brought comfort to both buyers and sellers. Crowded markets sometimes led to disagreements. A customer questioned a price. Two merchants argued over trading space. A delivery blocked an important pathway. Inspectors often stepped in before small problems became larger ones. Their calm presence encouraged people to settle disputes peacefully. Many had earned respect simply by treating everyone fairly. Not every inspection uncovered dishonesty. Most merchants valued their reputation. A customer who trusted a seller often returned again and again. Good business depended on fairness just as much as profit. The inspectors quietly supported that relationship. Some worked under local magistrates responsible for managing public markets. Others focused on specific districts within larger cities. Their authority varied from place to place, but their purpose remained much the same: to help the market serve everyone. Their work required observation more than strength, patience more than speed. A careful eye often noticed what others overlooked: a damaged scale, a blocked walkway, a leaking jar of oil. Small details mattered. Correcting them early prevented larger problems later in the day. Today, archaeologists continue to uncover Roman marketplaces with rows of permanent stone shops, public fountains, weighing tables, and official measuring devices.
Some bronze weights still survive, marked with symbols that guaranteed their accuracy. These discoveries remind us that Roman trade depended not only on merchants, but also on quiet systems that encouraged fairness and order. History remembers wealthy traders who built great fortunes. It remembers expensive cargo arriving from distant lands. It remembers busy marketplaces filled with exotic goods. Far less often does it remember the people who quietly walked among the stalls, helping each ordinary day unfold without confusion. Every honest purchase, every fair bargain, every family returning home with food they could trust, carried a small part of the market inspector's unseen work. Perhaps that is the gentle lesson they leave behind. A thriving community depends not only on hard work and opportunity, but also on fairness that people can quietly rely upon. When trust becomes part of everyday life, everyone benefits, even if few notice the people protecting it. As the afternoon crowds slowly faded and merchants packed away their remaining goods, another group of forgotten workers prepared for a very different responsibility. Their workplace lay beyond the busy streets, where rows of young trees stretched towards the horizon. There, patient hands cared for orchards that would feed future generations.
The day was coming to a quiet close. The streets of Rome had begun to empty. The last merchants folded their market cloths. The final wagon rolled through the city gate. Smoke rose gently from kitchen fires as families gathered for the evening meal. Above the rooftops, the sky slowly changed from gold to deep blue. For a little while, the great city became peaceful. If you had stood on a quiet hill overlooking Rome at that moment, you might have admired its temples, its aqueducts, its crowded streets, and its towering monuments. It would have been easy to believe that emperors had built it all. History often gives us that impression. It remembers the rulers, the victorious generals, the famous architects, the wealthy merchants. Their names fill books. Their statues still stand. But tonight, before we leave ancient Rome behind, let us look once more at the people history almost forgot. Not the men who gave orders, the men and women who carried them out. Think about the farmer who planted grain beneath the spring sun, never knowing who would one day eat the bread made from his harvest. Remember the mill worker who spent endless hours turning heavy stones until hard wheat became soft flour. Picture the baker who woke while the city still slept, filling warm ovens long before sunrise.
Imagine the dock worker lifting heavy cargo from ships arriving after weeks at sea. The sailor who trusted only the wind and the stars. the warehouse laborer who carefully protected food meant for thousands of strangers, the market porter carrying impossible loads through crowded streets, the worker climbing high above the valleys to repair an aging aqueduct, the potter shaping wet clay into jars that would survive for centuries, the spinner patiently twisting soft wool into thread, the weaver guiding thousands of threads across a wooden loom, the tailor stitching worn fabric into clothing that kept families warm, the blacksmith standing before a glowing forge, the craftsman polishing bronze until it caught the morning light, the road worker replacing loose stones one careful repair at a time, the night watchman walking empty streets while others slept, the stable worker caring for tired animals before another journey, the vineyard worker tending vines through every changing season, the market inspector quietly protecting fairness without seeking praise, the orchard worker planting trees whose finest harvest might not appear for many years. None of them expected monuments. Most never became wealthy. Many finished each day with tired hands, aching backs, and dusty clothing. Tomorrow would look much the same. Another sunrise. Another long day. Another quiet act of service. And yet, together, they achieved something extraordinary. They built a civilization. Not alone. Not in a single year.
But through millions of ordinary moments repeated across generations, one loaf of bread, one repaired road, one woven cloth, one harvested field, one carefully shaped clay jar. Each task seemed small. Together, they became the Roman Empire. When archaeologists uncover ancient ruins today, they often find the quiet traces these workers left behind. A worn millstone, a cracked amphora, a bronze needle, a blacksmith's hammer, a section of carefully repaired road, a loom weight buried beneath an old house. These simple objects rarely appear in grand museums because they are beautiful. They matter because they tell the truth. They remind us that history was never created by famous people alone. It was created by ordinary hands, doing ordinary work, with extraordinary consistency. Perhaps that is why their story still speaks to us today. Our own world also depends upon countless people whose names are rarely known. The worker repairing a bridge before dawn, the driver delivering food through the night, the cleaner preparing a school before children arrive, the nurse beginning another quiet shift, the farmer watching the weather with hope. Most will never appear in history books, yet our lives depend upon them every single day. The forgotten workers of Rome leave us with a simple lesson. Great civilizations are not built only through moments of glory. They are built through patience, responsibility, kindness, skill,
and the willingness to complete today's work, even when nobody is watching. Perhaps that is the greatest legacy they left behind. Not a monument of marble, not a triumphal arch, but an enduring reminder that every honest task carries value. Every careful hand shapes the future. Every ordinary worker helps build a world that others will inherit. And as night settles gently over the ancient city,
The streets grow quiet once more. The ovens cool. The harbour falls silent. The forge grows dark. The final lantern fades into the evening. The forgotten workers return home after another long day. History may have overlooked them, but tonight, we remember. Thank you for joining this quiet journey through the hidden lives of the Roman Empire. Now, as the city drifts into peaceful silence beneath a sky full of stars, may you also find a moment of calm and perhaps a little rest. Good night.